Edit. Oh, here we are. This. That. Cool. Gab, hello. Yes, you are first. Spiky, welcome. Mech Conqueror, hello. Welcome. Alright, so one thing that I'm really hoping to do today is get the two. Well, I want to get this token from here, which is what I'm going to get next, so it should be pretty easy. And this one also should be pretty easy, so I'm going to get both of those. It'll give me like a 10% chance to get this. I want that so that I can have enough pilot marks to rank up a Sami again. That would be very nice. Because I'm almost there. Red, hello. Ninja, welcome. You want to tell me something very good yesterday happened? Yeah, what happened yesterday that was very good? Did you get Orion? A lot of people are upset when I call it Orion. I don't know how to pronounce it. I got those 750 pilot marks on my second spin. Feeling lucky. Oh, yeah. That's the stuff. Yeah, it's probably the best one. Who really cares about... who really cares about the skins? My childhood crush messaged me. My heart. Phil Garden. I don't know what garden means. I can't explain what I felt. Oh. Well, yeah, I get ya. Well, that's pretty good. I hope that goes well. I don't know what's going on with it, but I'll see. Yay. About time. Look, I start when it's 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it is 10:01, so I technically started a couple minutes early. Bar was in heaven. Okay, fair enough. Tant, hello. Okay, so we're gonna do, so let me take a quick look at this. 10 assists, 4 control points. win 5 battles in a row. Use 500 acorns. Why is that? Have I given my ID to anyone before? Yes, it's out there. It's not like I'm not like Mayor who tried to hide my ID for like the longest time. Salvo, welcome. But I can't accept any friend requests. If you want to send me a friend request, you can do so on Facebook, and I just accept all of them that I get. If I get it, then I accept it, because I'm just assuming it's somebody from Mech Arena. And the link to my Facebook's in the description, so you can go ahead and do that if you want. What will I do today? Custom squad normal matches? I'll probably just do some normal matches. I don't do customs on Wednesdays. Not a lot of people really seem to care much for the squads, so. Vaultplix came finally. You've already taken the 400 acorns? Oh, yeah. I did that yesterday or the day before, and I actually got this skin, which I have not had for forever. It's the only skin that I've ever been kind of tempted to spend the full $30 on because it was eluding me for so darn long, and it's the only available Shadow skin. Since Shadow's my main mech, it was a little bit weird that I never had a legendary skin for it. It's easy, man. Can I help you and assist one? Nah, I got it. If I need help, I'll squat up with people if I decide to. Check out new update on Play Store. Oh, like the update notes? Hold on. I got my phone out right now. I'll see what it is. But no, cancel. What do you mean? It just shows like the Independence Day thing. It's the only thing I see. TDM's been hard after new update. Too much of Zephyr and Surge and DMPs. Yeah, I mean, the stun abilities have always been a little bit much. Surge I'm okay with just because his radius is really small. But even still, like any kind of stun ability is just not a whole lot of fun. Because, like, all it is it literally just keeps you from playing the game, which is just irritating. So, like, it's not necessarily always the most effective thing, but it's just really irritating. It didn't really need to be there, in my opinion. Can you go Surge with Missile Rack 12? Interesting. I got access to game and PC. Oh, they released the PC version. I see. Why do people like Discord, Ninja? I mean, I don't know. I use Discord for like talking with people, but not like voice chatting. I don't use the voice chat of Discord like almost at all. So I don't. Maybe I'm in the minority here, but this is stupid. Yes, you are early today. Welcome. There'll be maintenance in 30 minutes. Ah. Will there really? That's really annoying. Play and play, yeah. Do Guardian with Plasma 6s. But they immediately removed it. Oh. That's weird. Get irritated by those EMPs, but what to do? I paid for it. Just about to uninstall. Fair enough. Colada, hello. No, I'm in your friend list. If I'm in team match. I'm not necessarily playing with people right now. Do you know Sidhu Dino? I do not. I don't think. Where do baby mechs come from? Stormy. Well, you see, when one mech really likes another mech. Maintenance is the most stupid thing in Mech Arena. I mean, I'd deal with maintenance all day long if they got rid of the bots, to be honest. Okay, well, There is maintenance. I had 2v2 going because of the Gauss rifle thing yesterday. I wanted to finish that, but I guess I'll just see how much I can finish before the maintenance comes up. That's kind of irritating. I didn't even realize that. Usually they like have a Discord announcement, and I didn't see one. But of course, I suppose they also don't like give you a whole lot of notice. They tell you, you're like, oh, it's happening in like 10 minutes. It's like, oh, okay, well, awesome. Thanks for the heads up. Oh, okay, okay. 10 minutes already. It's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, you get them. Well, that's not good. Hi. Owie. Royal China, hello. Or is it Royal China? There's two N's, so I'm gonna assume it's not China. Out of here. Oh, that's largely unfortunate. Okay, man. Mathion's got... He's got a Zephyr, which I do not enjoy. There we go, he did. No, go away. Out of here. Alright. Gotta hide from him. Dut, welcome. Master Uguay once said, what? I'm not sure he ever said that. Now, which Kung Fu Panda did you watch, Saran? What do people take 2x disc launchers in their hanger? It's not good, though. Hanger combination is best with Arc 12 missile rocket mortar. If wanted, rails disc launcher. Yes, yes, it is typically a bad idea to double down on any single weapon. Let me see. Yeah, this guy. And here's obviously part of the reason is because he's got 20 energy, but he's only able to use 16. But another part of the reason is, he's got a rare damage implant, no reload. This one's got epic damage, also no reload, but like one of his builds severely suffers, and it ends up making it so that, it would have been better off if he just used a different weapon type. But discs are easy to use, so people will use them about as much as they possibly can. I've seen somebody use multiple mortar builds, which is probably like the worst idea you could have. But I've seen people do it. Which arc torrent 6 versus 10 and what type mech is best for arc? I mean, the 10 is obviously better than the 6 just because it's higher energy, but both are worth getting because you can put them both on a lot of different things. You could put 2 on like a low level, or you could put 6s on like a low level mech, or like a reasonably leveled light mech, or you could put a 10 and a 6 on a maxed out light mech, or like a low level of something, or like 2 10s on a well leveled medium mech. So like there's a lot of different options, and 10s and 6 more or less cover everything that you need. In terms of like, maintenance starts in 15 minutes. Yeah, fine. 10 minutes of server maintenance. So I'll probably just answer questions for 10 minutes. It'll be fine. In terms of what kind of mechs are best for Arctorrent, anything that can get close. Be that what it is, Like if you want to put them on an Ares or a Juggernaut because, they have the shield so they can absorb some damage and thus, get close without dying. That works. If you want to put on a fast mech, like Surge, obviously, who can quickly get close without taking damage, that also works. It's really just about, what can get close. You could put arcs on Guardian and they actually work really well if you can get there. Guardian isn't necessarily the easiest mech to get close to people, but if you can get them there, you can just crash them and there's not a lot that they can do about it. Dang, man. Jeez. Saw a guy with 3 rocket mortar builds. I fully believe you. We're gonna beam it up. Go away. You just stay way out in the open with these weapons and it kind of sucks. Although after maxing them, they do some pretty decent damage. I'd crash him, but he already fired, so there's not a lot of point to it. I don't feel like bots ever used to go up on that thing, but now they're up there all the time. It's kind of weird. Oh, he did. There we go. No video challenge. High Rifle's doing control points, I see? Yes, for now. I'll probably keep doing control points for a while. I think Hangar without Railgun 16 is a waste. Well, sir. I am honestly living proof that you can run a Hangar without anything. And what I mean by that is not, with zero things, but I mean just like anything that you think is necessary for a Hangar, you can take it out and you can do well. It's not necessarily easy. If people want it to be easy, then yes, they're going to need to use Railgun and Disc Launcher and Mortar and everything like that. But you don't need any one particular thing in order to do well. To be honest, people only really use mortars because they get an easy game because they know they're okay. A lot of people at this point, because they know they're OP, yeah. At this point, a lot of people just use them because they go against people who use them. So like, if people stopped using them, if people just like, if all the people who hated them just refused to use them, you'd probably see nobody use them anymore. Because basically everybody hates it, but they continue to use it because they feel it's kind of necessary, because one of the only direct counters to mortar is more mortar. And that is, as horrible as that is, that's just the reality of it, which means that a lot of people use it just because they feel like they need to in order to deal with those people. But those people that they're going up against are also using it because they go up against other people who have it, and those people that have it also, it's a vicious cycle. Everybody uses it because they think everyone else is going to keep using it. So that's really the only reason that it is still being used, I would assume. I want to tell something about my playoff event going on when I registered to. Player was just Division 3 and he got 100,000 score, and I'm not even in top 40 to get the 80 position. I'll need 20,000. Sus, man. I mean, yeah. It's very unfortunate. I'm in the top 40% because I got a bunch of stuff, resources. I get weekly rewards from Plarium. There's Stormy, but here's this Omen guy with almost 200,000. Like, they're fighting hard for this Arc 12 that he already has. So, I don't know. I don't know why people are. I mean, you could argue, like why would he spend something? Why would he spend so much money to get the top spot? But I don't think he's necessarily spending all of that to get the top spot. I think he's just spending it because it'll, like if he's gonna spend it anyway, he may as well get something extra for it. And I guess this guy's just somebody who really has a lot of money to spend. godlike has become easy nowadays. I mean, it's always been kind of easy. It's because bots exist. Bots are too stupid. Like, if bots weren't around, then people wouldn't be getting 10, 12 kills per mech. They'd get an average of like 1 kill per mech, like average of 5 kills per match. And honestly, I think part of the reason they don't remove bots is because they know that people would freak out if that happened. Because they're like, oh no, the game's harder, I'm not getting as many kills. It's like, well, that's maybe not necessarily the point, but oh well. I mean, if Plarium wants the game to be easy, then that's definitely something that they got going for them. I'm in top 10 because I got Stalker to 20. Well, nice. Yeah, I was actually really considering... Oh, funny story. I was actually really considering taking some of my like lower level weapons and upgrading them. Just, you know, like maybe 10 to... Yeah, do like 10 to 20 low level upgrades. Use like 30 or 300,000 credits. But then when I was kind of upgrading Stasis Beam 8, and then I went down to Gauss Rifle, and I was going to scroll back up to Stasis Beam 8, and I accidentally upgraded Arc Torrent 6 instead, which is why it's a 5 instead of a 4. I wanted to keep it at 4. But, yeah, it's a 5, and I wasted, like, yeah, I wasted 350,000 credits on that, which is awesome. So that's a thing, and now I only have 50,000 credits to work with. Cool. Who's that handsome fella? Oh. Oh, you mean this guy? With the Sniper Orion? Very, very, very fancy. Still don't get why people start matches with rocket mortars. 'Cause it's easy. It's free kills. The concept of free kills is interesting, actually. It's what drives people to use Javelin Rex for as long as they possibly can when they start the game, because they attribute, you know, oh, I got this kill and I wasn't I didn't even have to be like out in the open. I got this kill. I took no damage. Therefore, you know, this is like a great build. And, you know, I survived the entire match and I got 5 kills. So I'm good. The reason that I lost is because my team didn't help me out. Basically, just the concept of free kills is doing minimal work for a couple kills without the risk of dying. And people attribute kills without dying as better than, you know, actually getting objectives or, you know, sacrificing some of your mechs to actually keep beacons or get beacons or do whatever they need to do. Bad Nightmares, hello. You're doing really good with Stefania. You're rank 4 now. Well, that's cool. Bot idea. Bots for the lower divisions could be stupid and not that good with aiming, and bots for the higher divisions could be smart and extremely good aiming. I mean, yeah. If they were gonna leave bots in, I would rather the bots for the highest division, like, not necessarily like Division 1, but I mean, like, I'd rather the bots for like really high-end players be really high-end, you know? Like rank 5 maximum for the bots is pretty bad. Like they should have rank 6 or even some max stuff. And they should be able to use railgun, they should be doing other things. Like it evens the playing field and it makes it more fair. But at that point, I would rather the bots just be gone entirely. But yes, generally speaking, I do agree with you. the bots for lower divisions don't necessarily need to be worse, but the bots for better divisions, higher divisions, I should say, definitely need to be better. Because again, you can't claim that you want it to be fair when what you really want is for it to be easy. Like, those are not the same things. Which mech should I put Disc Launcher 8 on? Well, it depends on what you have in your hangar, Sam, honestly. Okay. Let's play one more. I think we got a couple minutes before maintenance starts. If Mech Arena does that, I'm going to miss my 40 kills a game. Well, yeah, exactly. That's entirely what I don't like about the game, is that it's too easy. But then these lower ranked players, they look at that and they're like, man, I'm not able to get 40 kills a game. They should make bots easier so I can do that. Bots are too hard. It's like, no, the bots are not too hard. They're just too easy for high rank, because they don't continue to scale once you pass up rank 5 stuff. I would rather them just all be gone. It would solve a lot more issues than you might figure, to be honest. But, you know, it would also cause some issues, and I'm very, very certain that there's good reasons that Plarium doesn't remove the bots. Regardless of what those reasons are, though, it doesn't mean that I like it. I need to... Hey, get my way, stupid. Yeah, you deserve that. Stop pushing me! Thank you for the heals, but stop pushing me, stupid. I was trying to only hit him when his back was turned, but he just like keeps flailing. It's a dude on the left. Well, we're gonna give this a gander. This probably is a bad idea. Oh yeah, definitely. It's alright though. There is that random guy over there. Cool. Thank you. Do you appreciate that the Zephyrs have Gauss rifle instead of... Oh no, instead of long arm? I mean, at the end of the day, if bots are going to exist, I would kind of rather them be easy too. Just because... I don't know. It sucks dying to a bot. It feels much worse than if you died to a real player. So, like, you know, in that light, I understand it, but in terms of a fair game, I would rather the game just be fair. And I don't think it's ever going to be fair when bots are involved. Because bots just don't have strategical thinking, and even if you gave them all maxed out stuff, late in the game, against people who actually know what they're doing, they're still going to die pretty easy because they're stupid. Killshot, Zephyr, or Guardian? I mean, if you can fit them on Killshot, Disc Launcher Killshot's probably the best Killshot build. Is MD good with Disc 8? Yeah, it's alright. I personally kind of prefer MD with Missile Rack. All 16 capacity, yeah. Definitely not Zephyr. Guardian's good with Disc Launcher and Killshot's good with Disc Launcher. I'll just read the chat for 10 minutes. It's fine. We'll wait a bit and then I'll restart. What newer players don't understand is that when you first start the game, the bots are hard, so it's kind of like training. Yeah. I mean, sort of. Yes. I mean, the bots are still inherently stupid, but when you're not as good at the game, you don't understand how stupid they are, right? Like you don't have the skills or knowledge to be able to like exploit the the amount of stupidity that the bots have, you know? Like you can't, as a newer player, you couldn't like predict when a bot is about to do a donut and then just like kill them when they're going to turn their back to you, or wait to shoot them when they see you because they won't use their ability, so you just like wait until you get something, until you get the upper hand. It's just like there's a lot of different things that bots will and won't do, and once you actually figure out what those things are, then bots become super easy. Bots don't increase after rank 5, so when you have max stuff, it's easy to kill them. Yeah, exactly. I mean, regardless, even if they had max stuff, it might be kind of difficult. It would be harder to kill them, but you would still get over 5 kills per match if it was, you with a bunch of bots versus a bunch of bots. You would get more than 5 kills per match average, which is technically not, quote, fair, because the bots are still dumb, and they will do dumb things. Ginger, hello. I hate it most when shadow bots kill me. Honestly, I hate it most when killshot bots kill me. But yeah, it's irritating when they kill you, but at the same time, like they're not OP. They're irritating, but they're not OP. Curse you, maintenance MD. I know. Like, how long does it take for this guy to figure out how to put those cords back together? Come on. Like, my sister's at 1300 SP. She is rank 3 level 1 stuff, and the bots are at rank 3 level 7. Yeah. That's a little tough. What they want you to do, though, is they want you to spend on stuff. And, sort of get that edge with it. But also, it's not the same for everyone, right? Like, the bots don't necessarily look solely at your squad power or at the rank of like your stuff. They take account like your total squad power, and like maybe their pilots are lower level, but they also take into account your XP. So like if you don't upgrade stuff, or if you're not smart with your upgrades, then it's pretty easy for bots to pass you up. But even still, like, bots are still not smart, and there's so much available firepower in the game that you don't need to have the same rank and level as someone in order to kill them. Bots have a pattern. This is, yes, very true. Like, newer players don't understand what that pattern is, obviously, and they're not even familiar with all of the different bots. Like, they don't even know who all is a bot to begin with. So, it's understandable, but still, bots don't need to be nerfed. People complain about it, but bots don't need to be nerfed. I'm at 52. And max stuff, and yeah, I get bots with almost max legendary implants, but 5 stars, yeah. Yeah, the rank 5 mechs and weapons, they have like pretty much max pilots and implants, but they have rank 5 mechs and weapons, which is really kind of ridiculous. And yeah, again, I think for the sake of fairness, I would really much rather they just give bots rank 6 or even maxed out stuff, just for the sake of fairness. But I'd rather them just remove bots, and I haven't really come across anybody who doesn't agree with that. Pretty much everybody wants bots to be gone. But again, I'm sure there's a very good reason as to why Mech Arena hasn't done that. Maybe they will in the future, but it would probably require them to change a lot of other things, because it would like increase the matchmaking time. Mr. Dabber, I can't see what your name is. I can't read that. But hello. Even when in range of a Zephyr EMP, Zephyr bots won't stun you until they see you. That's true, but they also won't stun you if you don't shoot at them. Sometimes, depending on the situation, you can quite literally, they can see you, and you can quite literally just like walk out of range before shooting at them. And then as soon as you shoot at them, then they will try to stun you. Or, well, they won't stun you if you're not in range, but then they'll, kind of like, they'll be, quote, activated and ready to shoot at you back. But yeah, they're stupid, and there's a lot of different little things that you can do to kind of like exploit them, which is, it's fair, but it's not a lot of fun, to be honest. But again, there's got to be very good reasons as to why they don't do it. Most of which probably being like matchmaking time. Because if you're in a match for 3 minutes and your matchmaking time is like 30 seconds to a minute, like if you're waiting a minute to get like a 5-minute match, that's not very good. Nobody's going to wait for that long, because the amount of waiting per minute played is like a lot higher than it should be. So in order to make people feel like they're actually playing the game more than they're just waiting around, then they'd need to increase the match time. And, in order to increase the match time, they'd have to like increase general HP or like decrease beacon accumulation, or, increase the number of players on each team, increase the number of mechs that you got. Is a lot of different things that would go wrong with that. I think the guy with the dabbing emoji is called Sons Ulner. Interesting. Oh yeah, I can see that. Fair enough. Aegis-bots deploy dome while firing missile racks. They do, and it's amazing. The level of competence that they have is off the charts. Alright, let's see if it's fixed now. They said it should be down for like 10 minutes. It's probably been 10 minutes. Come on. I've been complaining about bots for at least 5. There we are. Definitely not doing that. $30 for a bunch of Gauss Rifle 6 blueprints. Oh, it's gone now, but I did have a Gauss Rifle 4 offer for like $5, and I almost got it, but then I was like, yeah, I probably don't really want that. Sometimes save you from their own fire. Yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah. It's dumb. It's dumb. Like, Lancer bots, they never jump. Zephyrs, they will freeze literally the first enemy that comes into their range. They won't do it like tactically. If there's somebody like just outside of their range, they're not going to move in range and then freeze both. No, they're just gonna freeze, just immediately freeze the first person that comes inside. And it's like there's a lot of good reasons as to why bots are not smart, and that makes them generally weak. But I can imagine it would be really hard to make like super advanced AI for that sort of thing. I'm not necessarily saying that they need to make the bots smarter, because, you know, goodness knows they probably tried. But they just shouldn't be here. It's a filler player, so it shouldn't really exist after global launch. Okay, there should be a thing above me, yeah. Yeah, these buildings are too tall. I don't think he can mortar me. I mean, he can certainly try, but... I want to wait for that MD to get his, get that out of his system. Hi. Wait. I didn't see the mortar warning. Ah. Did they not fix it? I thought they did. I mean, it's fine, because I'll just do this, and I'll ruin his week. Hi. Master, hello. Oh, Sonny, I will read that in a second. Just give me a sec. Bye. Hope you enjoy missile wreck to the face. I think he does. I want to distinctly remember him telling me that he does really enjoy missile wreck to the face. Aw. Probably shouldn't have rushed that. Then again, there was people on my right. This probably won't end well. See, another thing is, like, bots will allow you to mortar them to death all day long. So my bots are probably almost all dead right now. I say that, but then, you know, I think he's only got like 2 left. There we go. Maybe not. Ugh. No, I almost made it. You can make it, it's just difficult. Oh, yeah. Here we go, here we go. Suck it! Lolo is human player? Oh yeah, for sure. I know that. As soon as I see mortars, I know that it's a human player. Because my bots don't use mortars. Beams. You're fine. Stallion, welcome. Don't spam, please. Yeah. I'm gonna time him out. He's not a bot, he's just spamming. Hold on, let me see. Ghost rifle event is nearly impossible to do by yourself. I mean, I guess it depends, yeah. If you're stupid like me and you upgraded your Ghost Rifle 10s a lot, then it's not so bad. Actually, Gauss Rifle on Surge is it actually made it pretty easy for me. Just throw them on Surge. Okay. Use 500 acorns. I still don't want to do that. Matchmaking time increase will make it bad. Especially think about the fact that 1 year ago, Mech Arena fixed matchmaking 2 years ago. We would get all max bots, even when I was at 1200 SP. I never played the game when bots were maxed out. I started roughly 6 months before global launch, so I was not there for that. I've heard that it was a thing, but obviously, there's a lot to be desired in terms of like making matchmaking better and like putting people up against bots that suit them more. But like again, at the end of the day, it's a lot easier solved by just getting rid of bots. But yes, like you say, matchmaking time would make it pretty bad. But better that than dealing with bots, I think. Please tell me if I should buy Rocket Mortar 8. Nah, I would say don't bother and just wait to get the 12. And no, I'm not reviewing people's hangers right now. Oh, I just timed out Stallion. Spammer. I don't want to deal with spam. Urk Tengu. Ooh, yeah. Urk Tengu is actually like one of my favorites to record. For my Tengu builds video. I got like 18 kills that game, which is probably the most I've ever gotten with Tengu. I don't think Tengu with Disc Launcher is good. It's really not. In fact, if you watched my video on Tengu builds, Disc Launcher was number 5, and it's not great. You would like, a lot of people would just kind of assume that it's good because it's like, it's Disc Launcher, right? You kind of can't go wrong with it. But it's not that great, mostly because like it doesn't have good firepower, and being able to curve it around corners is not super useful for you most of the time. The way that you would probably normally play Tengu, it's not super useful. So yeah, I don't know. It's a good weapon to like pick up and use Tengu. Like if you don't know how to play Tengu, if you don't know how to play anything, just slap Disc Launcher on it, and that's just a generally good weapon. And it's a good weapon for while you're figuring out how you want to play the mech or how it's best played. Ether, welcome. Guardian bots use Rocket Mortar 8 early game. They do, yes. They fire even when they're under roof. Yeah, that's very true. They do that. Oh yeah, we don't do customs on Wednesdays, only on Sunday. Otherwise, I'd just straight up run out of ideas. Like, come on. There's only so much you can do. Is Tengu better than Shadow? I would say so, yeah. It's got a bit more firepower with the ability, and light mechs really lack firepower, so it's a good idea to get Tengu. If you're going to use a light mech, Tengu's technically the best one to use. And we will use him right now, why not? I only have a rare pilot on here, so I'm not dealing like a ton of damage. But it should be okay. Should suit my purposes. I could have like swapped out. Could have and or should have swapped out the pilot for Surge. Put missile rack on Surge. Put disc launcher on Ares. Okay. So now what I want to do is honestly just come over here, grab this beacon, and then let a bunch of these guys just come to me and try to get this beacon back. Which they will do. Just gotta give it a second. Hello. How are you? I think he's doing fine. Ah. Okay. Can't drain my mag too much. So I don't get it back as fast as I do with Surge. Come on, people. Can't all be stupid. I mean, they could, but... Ah, I forgot. I don't have 63 meters on this pilot. That was a bad idea. I got greedy with that Lancer. Should have just let it be for a second. Okay, there's only 3. One of them is right here. Oh, God. Do you like the new MD healing and staying close? Whoa, new MD? What do you mean? Did they rework MD or something? I don't think they did. I mean, to my knowledge, they didn't. If they did, I didn't hear about it. Come on. There's like 3 of you over there. You can certainly take care of that. I'm not running all the way over there to take care of it. Okay, thank you. Goodness. Cool. Oh, alright. Indi bolo. By indi boli. If you're speaking Hindi, please don't. This is English only chat. Just because that's the only it's the only language that I understand, and it's the only one that I can accurately moderate. Just keep it simple for me, please. AIMD reworked. Oh yeah. I actually did notice that they stay close to you and heal you. I briefly experimented with, like, you know, the cover me command too, to see if they responded to that. But yes. I actually forgot about that. I definitely enjoy that. Oh, that was 300 pilot marks too. I didn't even realize that. So I'm going to be very close. 7. Just need 280 more. I mean, I may as well open this, right? See what I can get. I got like a 5.6% chance or something like that. What's your favorite map? Mine is Skyship 11. Yeah, that's actually mine too. In terms of, like, I actually hate all the other 3 beacon maps. I really do. I don't like them. But Skyship 11 is by far my favorite map. The Mech Arena map is also pretty good. It's one of my favorites, but Skyship 11 is probably my favorite because it's the most interesting one while still being like very balanced in terms of everything. Like I feel like you can pretty equally use every different weapon and mech type just by utilizing like, a slightly different strategy or slightly different like location. There's good sniping spots, there's good like support spots, but it doesn't allow some things to be like totally overpowered like mortars. They can't get into the center beacon, which kind of, you know, reduces the total effect of mortars. And since the map's so linear, it's actually kind of hard for disc launchers to be used to just like AoE kill everyone because like you only come across like one enemy at a time with a stretched out map like that. So it kind of balances everything out, and I really like it for that. I don't watch pay-to-win players, sorry. Oh, well, what's your definition of pay-to-win, I guess? Also, I mean, if you came in here to try to preach to me about yes, I've spent money on this game. I've actually spent a decent amount of money on this game. Does that mean I'm pay to win? No. I'm more pay to play because I spend my money on garbage. And I'm very bad at using good items. But if you want to show up, tell me that you're better than me because you are broke. Yeah, I said it. Then you can shove off. Plarium just announced on community post that they're making a new system so you can get all new content and weapons and mechs for free. Did they? Let me read that. I have been saying this for a very long time. They were working on a improved version of the progress path. They couldn't just keep shoving new stuff into the progress path. They couldn't. Like, it would get so jam-packed full, they had to come up with something else. I have been telling people for a very long time because this is actually what they said forever ago, but people decided it was a better idea to freak the heck out instead. But I have been saying this for a very long time. They are reworking the progress path completely. Where'd they say that? Oh, you're talking. Yeah. I'm looking on Discord, but you said community post. I wasn't fully paying attention because I'm stupid. Hold on. I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see anything like that. I don't see a community post. But even still, they did say that they were going to rework the progress path, and I believe that they should have done that first. They clearly saw that was going to need to happen, and they should have done that first as opposed to just like doing events for like 3 months. They should have had that prepared. They should have seen that coming, had it ready to go, but oh, you were just kidding. Well, there's a significant number of people who would genuinely mean when they say that, so I have to assume that you meant it. Since a few days I've been noticing one thing. Whenever you run low on health, and if there's an MD close to you, it will stay with you and heal you. Then it will move forward. Yes. I mean, the bots always just like, they rush forward and just get themselves killed for no reason. But yeah, I noticed that It was not yesterday, it was the day before yesterday. Yeah, the day before yesterday, I actually noticed that the MDs were actually like, coming to me and they were healing me as opposed to just like, healing themselves while they do their own stupid little thing. Disc Aries. Oh yeah, that's probably a good idea. Hold on. Actually, let me change Aries first. I have like almost 0 max implants, but I have a lot of max pilots, so that's fine. The problem is like I spread my stuff so thin, like my implant parts and such. I spread them out because I'm trying to upgrade like basically everything. Because I swap what weapons I'm using every like 30 minutes. Hey Riffles, would you possibly 1v1 me? Probably not. I can't really think of any good reason why I would. I think 1v1s are not super interesting, but they're also like 1v1s and 2v2s, they kind of create bad habits because you get this kind of like tunnel vision and you start to ignore like what's going on around you. And yeah, if you were just, after a bunch of 1v1s or 2v2s, if you were to start doing like 5v5s, you're going to die a lot. And, maybe you could blame that on one thing or another, but it's mostly going to be because you're not really aware of your surroundings and you're just like zeroing in on one dude. I'll ask you a question. Which player, according to you, has some decent high number of total kills? In terms of total kills? I mean, according to me, it would probably be Mayor. I don't know who has the most total kills, but I would say Mayor probably has, like, some of the most. Him and Negative Man. I don't know which one has most. I'm friends with Negative Man, but not Mayor, so I don't actually know whose is higher. What about Full Disc Hanger? I could try that, but it wouldn't be very good. Can you use Ares Disc 16.8, Juggernaut Disc 16.8, Stalker Dual Disc 12? I've actually come across people who basically did that. They ran 3 different disc launchers in their hangar. And guess what? When I managed to kill one, I very quickly killed the other 2, because as soon as you come up against like an opposition, some type of, oppositional opposing force that's able to take care of your disc launcher build, it's then able to take out more than half your hangar and you're screwed. Yeah, sorry, Ether. I mean, generally speaking, I don't really think 1v1s are interesting. Plus, the 1v1 meta is completely different. Like, I'm not good at 1v1s. I'm just gonna say it. It would be one-sided. I mean, even if it wasn't, I'm not good at 1v1s, or not even really 2v2s either. And the reason is because, like, okay, right now I've got a decent hangar, and I'm using Surge for a bit. But like, take this garbage build for example. This is like what I'm typically running half the time. And when I'm using something really bad like that, the way that I'm able to do well is that I'm actually taking advantage of being able to distract real players who are on the other team. I'm able to take advantage of, making them lose interest in me, making them lose sight of me. But if it's a 1v1 or a 2v2, everyone knows where everyone's at all times. And it's basically impossible for anyone to run a non-meta thing against a meta thing and to actually win. Not Mayor or Negative. I mean, you asked me which one had, in my opinion, a decent number of total kills, not necessarily the most number of kills in the game. If you know the total, if you know the most, Akarsh kills, his ID. He's in your list, I suppose. Is his name Akarsh in the game? Hold on. I'll just search his ID. And no, I'm not doing hanger reviews. Don't give me your IDs, please. 994808. So that's 6 numbers, so he's pretty... No, he is not. Really? Really? I thought you were done, stupid. How many legendary skins for Shadow right now? 2. There's only 2 that exist. One of them is not publicly available anymore. And the other one is the one that I just got, like, yesterday. And that would be this one. Okay. No, Akarsh is not my list. It's interesting that he only has 5,700 squad power. Look, he's been playing for a very long time. 994808. Stop it! Oh no! I love this game only because of 1v1. I mean, sure, if you're running a super meta hanger, then yeah, you'll win a 1v1 almost every time, so that's fair. But if you're not, if you're like me and you want to try to use non-meta, basically the only way to effectively use non-meta, like, you know, this is me sharing my experience with anti-meta tactics. And the best anti-meta tactic is to not face your opponent head on, because the best, most meta equipment is always the stuff that, you know, when you just like slap them together, you know, face to face, and they're just like standing out in the open, having at each other at full capacity, then, you know, the meta one's going to win, the non-meta one is not going to win. And that's basically what happens in a 1v1, is you're pretty much just slapping them together full capacity. You may as well be standing out in the open. Yes, you can try to run away. Yes, you can do this, that, or the other thing, and you can try to do whatever. But generally speaking, it's just a face-to-face out in the open, standing still. Like, would have the exact same results. And that's not what I'm here for. If other people are here for that, fantastic. 2v2s don't get a lot of love, so, you know, if you like 2v2s, then that's great, because there are a lot of 2v2 tasks and like events and stuff. So if you enjoy those, fantastic. I just personally don't enjoy them, and I'm really just explaining why. And it's mostly because those game modes kind of break the main tactic that I have going for me in terms of anti-meta. Sentry who... And I hate grinding events tournament. I mean, yeah, tournaments are kind of boring. I love 1v1s because it's like the Mech Warrior game. A test of piloting skills? Not really. Not really. In my opinion, it's basically just like a out in the open, face-to-face. The results will be the same basically no matter what you try. Because everyone, like the other player, they know where you're at all times. They know where you're not. They know where you've been. They are 100% focused on you the entire time. So there are very, very, very little chance that you're actually able to outsmart them. You're just going to have to be able to outgun them or out-ability them, at which point it's just a metagame. I feel like the bots with Stasis 16 and Thermal Lance 4 are the most annoying. I mean, yeah. It's not entirely wrong. Like, Stasis beams are annoying. Zephyr, like, but that doesn't mean they're good, right? Like, they're annoying. Javelin Rack's really annoying. It's not necessarily good, but it's really annoying. Unless it's an attacker mech or a single stasis 16 tank. I mean, yeah, it's not going to be good, but stasis beams can be annoying because like they freeze you and it kind of keeps you from doing your thing. And javelin racks are just like an extra thing that you have to worry about, kind of like Zephyr. It's like the Zephyr of weapons. It's irritating, but it's not actually as good as you might figure. I like 5v5 CPC. Among human players, it's so much fun. In 1v1 mode, all opponents just do is hide behind a box and wait for the ability. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. And I mean that's a valid tactic in a 1v1, you know? Like I'm not gonna crap on, like 1v1s are bad, but it's like, the things that a 1v1 requires you to do in order to win are not personally interesting to me. Like that's all it really is. The things that you're required to do are just not, it's not interesting. And that's not what it's not what I'm here for. That's not what I enjoy. But, if other people enjoy it, fair enough. 20 energy Ares bot. Okay, what happened? I'm still waiting for server maintenance to finish. Zephyr has turned into like my favorite mech since I got him. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he's also like one of the best mechs. Which is fine. I've said this before a lot of times, and I feel like now's a good time to say it again. I used to play robots like, when was it? Like 3 years ago or something like that? 3 to 4 years ago. I played that game for about 4 years, and the entire time I was playing meta. And I had so much fun using all of the meta stuff. I am not some kind of like self-righteous I'm not like some kind of self-righteous cretin who's like, that's meta, so you shouldn't be using it. That's meta. It's easy. It's like, it's just whatever you have fun playing. And I fully had so much enjoyment playing the meta in War Robots. I just decided I didn't want to do that for this game because, I saw the opportunity for maybe it wasn't necessary. And I was like, okay, let's give that a shot. And I stuck with it, and I'm glad that I stuck with it. But at the end of the day, if what you have the most fun using is the stuff that's technically the most effective, have at thee. Most useful mech in game is Arachnos. Yeah, that's definitely not true. Speaking of most useful mech in game, though, being Arachnos, I'm going to max out mine at some point, kind of soon. I'm sort of considering cashing in my A-coins for credits in not too long. Like over the next few days. I will probably cash them in for credits and then max out, use those credits to max out Lancer, and then after that will be Arachnos. I will never ever hide behind a box and fight in a 1v1. You always see me out in the open and trying to use good movement to fight when my ability is ready. I mean, that's fair. Like I said, there are tactics that you can apply to a 1v1, whether or not someone finds them interesting or entertaining or something that they're like something that they would personally enjoy. That's up to them, Like, yes, I'm not particularly good at 1v1s because I've trained myself to thrive in like the 5v5s and like CPCs. I've trained myself to thrive in that kind of situation. But it's not because I'm not good at it that I don't like it. It's that I genuinely don't find it interesting, which is why I've never tried to get good at it. But that is just my opinion. Can you use Disc Launcher Ares? I have Disc Launcher Ares equipped, though. The problem that I have is I think server maintenance is still going on, right? Or maybe it's not. Is it not? It was going on for the past, like, 30 minutes. Jeez. What is probably the best kill shot build now? I know he's great with almost everything, but if you had to pick one. If I had to pick one, Disc Launcher. It pairs well with the general playstyle of kill shot, which is, you know, pretty aggressive, but you can also play it kind of passively. Plus, the speed allows you to kind of, like, keep in cover most of the time. And since he doesn't have a lot of HP, you don't necessarily want to be out in the open. And the Disc Launcher really helps with kind of keeping him alive at that point. Aw. I was really hoping I was going to hit him with that. Okay, I need you to not. Jace. Yeah, fun fact, you can... Zephyr's ability gets negated by Tengu. So, like, you can counter Zephyr with Tengu, but you can actually counter Tengu with Surge, which is weird. Like, when you dash at a Tengu using its ability with Surge, it'll actually stop the ability from being used. Like, you'll just fall down, you won't do the ground pound. You'll do the jump, but you'll just, like, fall down stunned for a few seconds. I find that really interesting. Because they're, like, kind of essentially the same ability, and so you just assume that it has basically the same effect between both of them. But it does not. Stop it. Yes, I know going up there was probably a bad idea. I just wanted to, okay? I'm almost dead. It's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Come on, there's literally one Mech left. It's over here somewhere. Over here. Got him. Nice. Yeah, that's right about Surge. Surge is the best. It's all about getting your angles and distance right to execute the Storm Dash. Yeah. Surge is now the best mech, yes. It takes a lot less effort to do well with it than it used to, but you know, using some of the skill that from when it used to be really bad definitely helps you do better with it. So, you know, I still enjoy it a bit for now. I'll probably use it a lot less though. But we'll see. Challenge. Can you use Minor Cheetah with Missile Rack? That can only put mines inside control points. Honestly, that depends on whether or not that's convenient for me. Hold on. Actually, let's do 4 control points, 1 battle. Maybe, we'll see. I don't necessarily want to just be like, oh yeah, okay, I'll do that challenge, because then everybody's going to start piling challenges on me, and it's like, yeah. MD Pulse Cannon 6. Yeah. See, already. People giving me random challenges. Not necessarily against challenges, but if I get like a bunch of them, then I can't do all of them, and I will just be like the rest of my stream will be just a bunch of people asking me to use random different things, and I'll never be able to do anything else. On Twitch, there's like a thing that where you can redeem the channel points for a Mech Arena challenge. So like if you were to redeem that on Twitch, then I would stop what I'm doing. Well, like after that match, anyway, I would stop what I'm doing and I would do that challenge. But for YouTube, there isn't anything like that, unfortunately. I wish there was some kind of like channel point thing that you could do for that, though. I still haven't like figured out if there's any like reasonable substitute for it. Because it's an idea that I like. I just don't necessarily want to be spammed with it, you know? You're having a short time memory, it seems. Who, me? Oh, no, I remembered it. I just felt like after that point, it doesn't really matter anymore. I just cared significantly less after all of that. But fine. Yeah, see, it doesn't want me to. It really doesn't want me to. I'm pretty sure it's like bugged to where it thinks that there's still maintenance going on, but there's really not. I don't know. What I could do, hold on. Gonna check. I know that I'm not playing like an offline version of the game because there's still all of these people. So I'm going to, yeah, Smasher. And then I check my Kinger. See, he's good. I can check his. But it's bugged with the, oh, well, never mind. That ID is cursed. No, I think the game just doesn't want you looking at other people's hangers for whatever reason. I could probably, like, close the game and then reopen it and see if that helps, but I am not sure. And if you know the search is about to dash at you, try to dash in another direction to avoid getting stunned, then shoot at it. Yes. I mean, or depending on the distance, you could just move sideways because Surge is fast enough now to where you can just like strafe sideways. And if they're dashing at you, by the time they reach, they'll very likely be out of, you'll be out of their radius. As long as you have like really quick reflexes. You can do that with Killshot too, but you have to have like you have to be ready for it and have pretty quick reflexes with it. So many players think they're safe by camping behind cover, but my Surge catches them by surprise. It's so satisfying. I mean, yeah, Surge is honestly just like one of those mechs that's really satisfying to use. I'm gonna have to close the game. And it is partially just because it used to be, for me anyway, it's partially just because it used to be so bad. So watching it ruin people is just amazing. Not that I wasn't able to ruin people before the buff. I was actually regularly getting some very, very good kills. Like, not to brag or anything, but the best that I've ever seen someone get with Surge. Still maintenance is on. Man, I don't know what's going on. Like, I feel like it's enforcing the maintenance now. It's like, man, did you not hear me the first 30 times? We're doing maintenance. It's showing maintenance for me? Yeah. Well, I don't know why it just now kicked in. Good idea with the strafing to avoid being stunned. Yeah. I mean, with a 15-meter radius, it's a little bit more difficult, but it's a lot more doable against Killshot. That 9 KPH buff is the real important one. Totally changed it. Yeah, for sure, for sure. All right. Well, while we're waiting for this, funny story. Funny story. Last night, I was I was checking some things because when I was watching somebody stream, I was watching a streamer on Twitch use Orion, and his name, his tag is also Orion. So it was like it was Orion using Orion, and it was, I don't know, it's kind of funny. But oh yeah, you figure server maintenance. Um, but he was using that, and then I saw that Stalker. I saw him, using Stalker, and I was like, man, that ability didn't seem to last very long. So I was like, maybe they did like some silent nerfs, some like silent reworks again, because I hadn't checked that. Um, I'm actually one of the few people who actually does check for like silent nerfs and buffs, uh, semi-regularly. But when he went to Stalker and it said that it was like 9-second ability duration, 9-second ability cooldown, I was like, hold on, that doesn't sound right. I thought it was 10 and 10, but it's not. It was actually 9 and 9 the entire time, but I don't know why I didn't know that. And then when I looked into like everything else, I saw that Shadow was 29 kph speed as well, and I actually didn't know that either. I don't know why. Like these are things that I didn't necessarily not know, but it was things that I never like actually paid attention to, Like I'm sure I looked at it and I'm sure I knew it. Like I knew Shadow was fast. I knew Stalker had the same ability cooldown and duration. But I was not aware about like the specific numbers. Like if you were to ask me, I would have said Shadow is probably like 27 or something like that, 25, 27. And I would have assumed Stalker was 10 and 10, but no. I was just stupid. So, yeah, that's a thing that happened. Yours isn't opening either? Yeah. I mean, mine just opened, so maybe it'll... Hold on. Hold on. Nice Gauss rifle. I like it. Alright. It's 994. I'll do this just so that you don't remind me again. Sorry. I know you will. Total kills 300,000. Now, that's a lot. Actually, what's his kills per battle? His battles are like 26,000. Okay, fair enough. So he gets like 12 kills per match average. Yeah. That's pretty dang good. It's pretty dang good. Let me see how many negative man has. Oh. Yeah, 300,000 versus like 130,000. You want to see mine? 60,000. Not very many. Silent. Wait, what did you say that you took back? You can't keep it from me. Alright. I will probably clear the limit, because that helps with the spending 500 acorns. If I need to. Not that I want to, but if the other things prove to be too difficult, I don't really care if I spend 500 acorns. Cheat him is alright. Well, I already said I wasn't necessarily going to do it. Because otherwise, I was telling that it's a funny glitch. Nothing. funny about it at all. Yeah, I guess it was just like weird delayed server maintenance. I don't know what was going on with that. But yeah, if you want me to do like challenge builds, honestly, just just tune into my Twitch streams. That's basically all I do. It's basically all I do on Twitch is just random challenge builds. I was kind of hoping I didn't have to jump, but you know, my cooldown's so short that I'm not sure why I necessarily wanted that. But I did, for whatever reason. There's still a dude back here. Hey guys, you want to take care of that? Thank you. Appreciate it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, who is trying to javelin me from across the way? Because it's annoying. Oop. Yeah, nope, not worth it. Someone needs to chill with the jivvies. Chill, Jivvy man. Dang it. I couldn't switch my target. Oh, you're kidding me. Do you guys have this under control? You know, for whatever reason, I very much doubt that you do. There we go. I'll steal your kill. Don't worry about it. Ooh, Boogerman. 19. That's probably the best I've ever gotten. Not with Arcs, but best I've ever gotten with Tengu, for sure. That's pretty darn good. I need to remember to capture 4 control points, because I keep forgetting that I need to do that. See, Tengu with Arc is so good. Yes, I agree. It was the second best build, like second. It was second to Shotgun 8s. Like Shotgun 8s are probably better for Tengu, but that's like the only thing that's better than Arc Torrent for Tengu. Generally speaking, like obviously, you know, it has something to do with your playstyle, how you want to use it, what you have available, stuff like that, and also like what energy capacity you have. But yeah, generally speaking, Arc Torrent's one of the best. I think personally I prefer Missile Rack the most. Like I have the most fun using Missile Rack on Tengu. I don't think it's necessarily the best, but I think I prefer Missile Rack on Tengu. It just like it seems to synergize very well with the ability. Save your Shotgun 8 for sure if you have Surge. I mean, yeah, Shotgun 8 on Surge is really good. Although Arc Torrent, like once you get him past 18 energy and you get like 20 energy, if you have double Arc Torrent 10s, just put double Arc Torrent 10s on it. Because Shotgun is extremely good for like, the fixed reload. Like it's got stupidly good damage, but it's also got like a fixed reload which allows like consistent damage output. which is particularly good for something like Shadow, because you can get out several mags in one run if you know reduce the reload time and increase the ability duration. It's also good for something like Tengu, who's got a really short ability cooldown. Arc Torrent's better for Surge because like the time between the ability is plenty enough time to kind of recharge your weapons, and the ammo recharge for Arc Torrent's really the only thing that you have to worry about. But there's ample time between your ability usages, and Surge is, you know, although he's a lot more powerful now, he's still not tanky, so it's not like you're standing out in the open while using it. So if you don't have your ability ready, you're probably not out in the open. You're probably just recharging your weapons. Please accept my invitation, Ruffles. My name is Legend NMEF. If you send me an invite on Facebook, I will accept it. Hands down. Through the game, I can't. Like, sorry. Because my list is very limited through the game. So even if I had space, I'm only really going to be able to accept people that I know very well and, you know, can't use Facebook for one reason or another. So like expressly like content creators or my mods or like channel members, I would friend them in the game if they can't or don't want to use Facebook, but everyone else unfortunately has to use Facebook. Because otherwise my list is just going to fill up with people who don't feel like using Facebook. And I'll have no room for anybody else. I want to give you a challenge. A Chief Phantom or even Boogeyman with Thermal 6 on Lancer. Well, that would definitely be a challenge. If you gave that to me on Twitch, unfortunately I don't allow people to like dictate how many games or how many kills or like what achievements I have to get with a certain thing, because otherwise it could potentially mean that, you know, I could be using that for literally the rest of the stream, and I don't necessarily want to have someone I don't want every single challenge to be like, well, this is what you're doing for the next 2 hours. Have fun. Like, no. I'll use a build. If you want me to use it, I'll use it. I'll do it to the best of my abilities. If I feel like I could do better, I'll probably use it twice or even 3 times. But generally speaking, I wouldn't necessarily wait until, like, I wouldn't necessarily keep on going until I achieve a certain number of kills or play a certain number of battles or do whatever. Because sometimes it just ain't practical. Do you think the next female player will be legendary close weapon type? The one announced at the same time as Oksana, the devlog. Yeah, I forgot what her name was. It's either close range or artillery, right? I hope it's not close range. I hope it's artillery more than close range, because all of the mortar things that you're having issues with, they're already one-shotting you. So it's not like more damage is really going to make that any worse. In terms of close range though, like, you can only survive like a fraction of a second against close range weapons these days. And that's just going to make it even worse if you give them more damage. Like, close range weapons do not need more damage. None of these weapons do. But, you know, except for maybe VRPG 8. VRPG 8 might need a little bit more damage. But, yeah, I really hope it's not close range. I'd rather it be mortars. It could be. I think realistically it's more likely to be close range because there's only one artillery weapon in the entire game. For whatever reason. The game's been in it's been globally released for like almost 6 months now, and there's still one artillery weapon, and it's rocket mortar. but there's 2 pilots specifically for that. Like, okay, fine. If you want to. Is it better to use legendary ability duration implant or missile rack reload for Zephyr? I was thinking duration because he's so slow. I mean, probably missile rack reload. I mean, why would you need duration? Like we'll think about what you get from each one, right? If you had the reload, then your weapons would probably come back significantly quicker than your ability would. And would you necessarily use your weapons if you don't have your ability? Probably not, but you could if you needed to. If something happened, something came up. So that's a plus, but it's not a huge plus, right? Okay, so let's consider what would happen with ability duration. That allows you to, like, classically, it allows you to deal more damage. But since Missile Rack literally does all of its damage at once, longer duration means literally nothing. If you didn't kill them, you're not going to kill them. So you're not going to kill them with that ability, like during that ability. So really, ability duration kind of does nothing with Missile Rack. So you probably just want Missile Rack reload, because if you don't kill them, at least you'll get your weapons back faster to kill them quicker, if you manage to do so. So I would definitely say Missile Rack reload. It could be Epic Assault. Ooh. No, they said it was legendary. But yeah, I forget that they don't have an Epic Assault, and I kind of want that. Legendary close range pilot with Shadow would be so dang fun. No. It would be so broken, and I wouldn't even like it at that point. Like it wouldn't even begin to be remotely fair, and it's just I don't even know what I'd use it on if I got it. I would probably put it on Shadow just for the sake of it. Once a discount, like implant removal discount, comes up anyway. Okay, then test Stalker with Thermal 6, Stasis Beam 12. I could put a Stasis 16 and a Thermal 6 on. But again, if I start doing challenges now, that's all I'm doing for the rest of the time. When did Mech Arena say it was legendary in the devlog? I think they said they were both legendary, yeah. I don't have any solid proof of that, like, on me, but I want to say that they said they were both legendary. They look legendary, Like, you can kind of tell which ones are going to be epic, which ones are going to be legendary. They put more detail onto the legendary ones. Oh, come on, disc launchers on tanks are already unfair for shadows. Don't even need to aim, just shoot at the ground. Well, yeah, no, you're not wrong, but you can't fix one unfairness with another unfairness. That's not how balance works. Would you be able to, get some small amount of revenge on some of these people? Sure. Does that mean that it's then fair? No. Come on, we're so close. Like, arc torrents are already broken, and I know that that's what most people are going to be using them on. Like, I would use, if I had it on arc torrent, I would probably, if I had it on arc torrent Tengu or something. Or arc torrent surge, even. I could put
all of the arc turn implants and then like ability duration or ability cooldown or any number of other things that just like significantly boost the performance of the mech. I don't know. Close range weapons already do too well. They do not need a legendary. They'll get one eventually. So I mean, if it's a legendary now, it doesn't really matter because it'll get one eventually. Hope it's for close range pilot. Well, yeah. See, that might be what benefits you the most, but it's not necessarily going to make your life any easier. If you go up against, if you complain about pay to win players, they're going to be using that against you. But yeah, I mean, like I said, regardless, they'll have a close range one at some point. And what about Lotus Pilot? Who is Lotus Pilot? Both legendary pilots? Yeah, that's what I thought. He's talking about Lotus. Oh, is Lotus the other legend? Okay, it's the other legendary. I forgot what her name was. To be fair, the whole game is already unfair. Cough, cough, mortars. Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong, but again, if you want to fix it, it's not. If you want it to be better, then you can't exactly fix it by making it more unfair. You can't complain about it being unfair and then say, well, man, I want this to happen when, even though it's going to make it even more unfair. If you don't care if it's unfair, then that's completely fine. I know for a fact some people don't. And I mean, obviously, like you know, full honesty, it is a lot of fun for me to wreck a bunch of bots. Sometimes. It is a lot of fun for me to wreck a bunch of bots sometimes, so it can be satisfying, and it's like I'm fine with it. But it's not necessarily the reason that I wanted to start playing the game or anything, or the reason that I continue to play the game. But imagine how easy it'll be to win tournaments with legendary close range pilots, 4 kills each time you use your ability. You could do well in tournament with very little time taken. Yeah. I mean, you already can. You just, like, spawn, like, simply spawning some of these, like, stupidly OP things is basically, like, almost a guaranteed win. Again, I'm not here because I want an easy game. I'm not here because I want an easy game. If you are, then that's fine. Because that's, you know, Mech Arena's catering a little more to you than they are to me. But I don't want the game to be easy. I want it to be fair. I want them to remove bots and to make it so that everyone's on a relatively equal playing field in terms of, like, you know, the teams. I want that to happen, but not everybody does. Custom match? No, we're not doing customs. You'll want another artillery? I do, yeah. It won't necessarily be OP if they made it, but I do want there to be at least one other artillery weapon, because it's really stupid that there's only one. Have you heard of the Mortar 16? They're not making a Mortar 16. Mortar 16 be released, that'd be a nightmare for me. They're not going to. They're not going to. They straight up confirmed to at least us content creators that they are not at all interested in making any more than 3 of each weapon type. My last Grandmaster tournament, he had to go up to 50,000 points to win it. Yeah, well, see, you're the tournament king, so you're thinking in terms of tournaments and what will help you in tournaments. I could think of a lot of ways that the game could make it so that I get a lot more kills and make my life easier, but that's not necessarily what I want. I want a more competitive game that is a bit more fair. If they removed bots, that would make my life infinitely harder. You know how hard it would be to get footage of any one thing when I don't have bots to completely ruin every single time? Like, bots just make recording easy, and that would make my life infinitely harder, but that is still a thing that I want because it would make the game overall better. So like, yeah, I'm not thinking really at all in terms of, you know, what would make my life easier, or how would I get more kills if they, you know, did one thing or another. Just like one should never trust any politician, similarly one should never trust Mech Arena's word or posts. I mean, yeah. I mean, fair enough. Don't necessarily believe everything that you hear. If you have a reason to believe that something is not true, go ahead and believe that it's not true. But it is dangerous to go around telling everyone that something's not true. Just like, you know, for Mech Arena, there's a lot of people straight up saying a lot of different things. Uh, there was so many people saying that Disk Launcher 12 would never be in the progress path because they were just, you know, people always assume the worst and freak the heck out, and then they tell everybody all of these things that they know for fact, even though they don't actually know it for fact, and then lo and behold, Disk Launcher 12 came into the progress path like they said it was going to. Disk 16 did not, but they never said that it was going to. My point is, believe what you want to believe. If you have a solid reason to think something, absolutely believe that thing, but don't necessarily go around telling everyone that it's true or not true. Because then you're potentially just spreading false information, and then you're the problem, not them. You're the problem at that point. Will you play a custom game? I will not today. I do those on Sundays. What day is today? I feel like no matter what, people are still gonna ask. I'll explain to people that I do it on Sundays, but there's always going to be somebody who doesn't know. You're new to this channel? Yeah. No, that's fair. And not everybody joins the streams. In fact, a lot of the people who join the streams are the same people. So, yeah, there's always going to be someone who doesn't know that. So I just, you know, I just say it's simple. Customs are on Sundays, that's it. Ooh, got him. Oh, Tournament King, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I actually kind of want to... Oh. Nice. I was pretty sure I could get a twofer if I did that. I was hesitant to go around the left because that would open me up to their spawn point. And that would mean that I'm then visible to them, which could potentially be bad. Okay, back up. Oh no. Get out of here. So one thing I don't like about Missile Rack is that you have to unload the whole thing. You have no choice. So if there's somebody who's just like barely hanging on to life, they're gonna do you dirty. Alright. Ooh. Little bit laggy. I keep forgetting that you guys can't actually hear what's going on in the game, which is unfortunate. But That is the result of me using the YouTube app to stream as opposed to Streamlabs. But I can't use Streamlabs on YouTube for whatever reason. It just does not work anymore. It's been freezing up and causing so many problems. I wonder if I can like kind of nah, never mind. I could get this guy. Okay. I like how some walls just don't count as walls. It's just like, that's not a wall, you can't dash into that. Because it expects you to like hit it and slide off of it, right? And those are the ones that you can kind of slide off of. For me, winning tournaments is just for the resources. Yeah, yep. For most people, winning tournaments is just about resources. And that's completely fine. It's the best way to get resources. I also agree that it's better to have a balanced game, but because tournament is the only way to get resources, I have to think of the best builds for me. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you do kind of have to look out for yourself, but at the same time, the people you'd be fading would also have those things, and it would technically make your life, you know, for as much as it would make it easier, it would also make it harder. So, would it be an overall plus? Probably not. I think we can all agree that overall the game just needs less damage. Double the HP on everything, and you'd be pretty much fine. But as it is, it's just insanity. And some implants are just absolutely overpowered, but whatever. Heard about ruffles from Escape 211 videos? Ooh. Well, I appreciate you coming over here. You should make a thumbnail on early videos or streams. Customs on only Sundays. Yeah. See, I would like label, because I label my Sunday streams as like, you know, custom matches with viewers to let people know, hey, I'm doing customs today, right? Cool. But I don't really know how I would label like Wednesday streams because I don't really do anything specific. Otherwise, I would label them as something specific so people know, okay, hey, he's doing this thing today, as opposed to anything else. I could say hanger reviews, which I do normally want to do on Wednesdays, but the problem is that I don't want to do them immediately. Like, I want to do it towards the end of the stream. And if I advertised that, then people would join in and immediately want a hanger review at all times. So unless I did a stream specifically for that, then that wouldn't really work very well. But yeah, maybe there is some way of me like figuring out some way of doing that. I'll have to think about it. Thanks for the suggestion, though. I like to smash against the wall when they're coming towards my surge, just in case the mech coming to me is a surge or Zephyr, in which has insane reflexes. Yes. Or like a bot, because, you know, especially Zephyr. Zephyr has like this weird delay, almost. Like, there is a split second after you freeze a Zephyr where it can still use its ability and freeze you. And a bot is able to utilize that split second almost every time. Which means that he's going to freeze you, you're going to freeze him, but he's going to be freed up first because the surge freeze doesn't last as long as the Zephyr one does. So you're kind of like, it's basically reset, but with them being on the upper hand, which sucks. So yes, absolutely. If you don't know what's coming at you, a lot of the time it's a good idea to just hit the wall if you know that they're in range. The reason I actually dashed out into those other two towards the beginning, got the twofer, was actually because I didn't think I could hit the wall and freeze both of them. I was pretty sure I'd only be able to get one, so I had to dash at both of them to freeze both of them. But since nobody had spotted me, there was a very low chance that they were actually going to have the reflexes to hit me, because they didn't actually know I was there on the map at all. That dash from surge is similar to when you dash with kill shot by staying close to a wall? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's why I kept getting stunned, darn it. Yeah, man. It's weird. It's really weird. Like, I've even done it Zephyr versus Zephyr. And, like, there's a split second after I Zephyr freeze them where they can still Zephyr freeze you back. and it is the most annoying thing ever. The mech, which has a god level reflex, is none other than Zephyr. It can do a 360-degree shot within 1 second. Yeah. It's gotta be the Zephyr, man. The bot Zephyrs are everywhere, and I hate it. Like, there's no bot hanger diversity, and it's absolutely ridiculous. Like, there really should be. At least for each game mode. There should just be, like, at least 4 different hangers that a bot could choose from, right? But there's not. There's literally, like, one hanger that every single bot... Well, actually, I think two different hangers that every single bot will use in each specific game mode, and it's dumb. Yeah, but it's hard to use Tengu once surge bots exist. That's true. That's true, because they'll actually cancel out your ability. Hold on. 4 beacons, 8 mechs while you have less than 10% HP. 500. Okay, so 4 beacons shouldn't be that hard. Let me just go for beacons. Do you have brick houses? What I'm assuming you're saying, Hex. I do. I don't really use it much because it's kind of it's a very overrated mech by like lower level players. Everybody looks forward to unlocking and buying brick house, but it's kind of garbage, actually. I shouldn't have spawned with Shadow. I should not have spawned with Shadow. Because there's a real player on the other team, that means that he will most likely have Disc Launcher, and he will most likely have Rocket Mortar. I need Shadow to be able to counter Rocket Mortar. However, I have no idea which one he's going to start with. If he starts with the Disc Launcher, then I'm more than likely going to be screwed. And then I won't be able to affect... What are you beeping at me for? If you didn't hear that, my headset beeped at me with, like, all of the strength a beep could muster. I don't know what the heck was going on, but it was loud. Alright, my dude. I'm sorry, but I have to. Okay, so he's probably going to use mortars now that I'm dead, and I won't be able to effectively counter them. This was part of the reason. I said that it was a bad idea to start with Shadow. Oh, never mind, he's got the Disc Launcher. Disc Launcher. Disc Launchables. Come on, stop. Stalker, hello. Very interesting. I appreciate a man who uses a Redux. For non-mortar purposes, anyway. If you use it for mortar purposes, then, like, whatever, because it's just your free source of energy, really. The only reason people used Redux a bit was actually because Guardian had, like, the ability bug, which made it not very good. Actually made it pretty darn bad. Gosh darn it. And, yeah, so most top-end players just went they went for Redux instead. Because Redux was kind of, at the time, the best second pick. I feel like these things are curving javies a lot better, too. It's interesting. Oh my gosh, stop it, dude. My word, these bots are annoying me! Yeah, we only take out our brick house to play Protect the Prime Minister. Yeah, pretty much. I do kind of want to max out my brick house at some point, and it could be fun, but like I don't know. It's kind of got like low potential. Like you know I like to use relatively bad stuff, but like when it comes to Arachnos and brick house, they're just so bad that I don't even like using them. The heck? The hell you say? Hey, how's it going? A good time? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. Mm-hmm. I hear you, man. I hear you. I think he's going to accumulate more before I do. But this is my last mech, so there's not a lot that I can do. Yeah, you know, it's crazy how that happens. I'm just chilling. What are you doing? He's definitely gonna get 100 before I do. But I don't care. I'm not gonna rush him. You ain't gonna kill me. You want me? Come and get me, cretin. He's not gonna come and get me. uh, if I knew Orion was coming out, I wouldn't have gotten brick. I mean, fair enough. I like to think things like that too, but I know that at the end of the day, I would have gotten everything because I just want to try everything. So I really don't regret getting any of this stuff, except for maybe plasma cannon because I never used that. It's the only thing that that's the only thing that I technically regret, but even that, it's not gonna really cost me anything. VRPG 8. I guess I do kind of. Wasn't exactly a proud day for me. I do kind of regret that. In yesterday's TDM, do you mean tournament or just 5v5? My Juggy got freaking frozen in EMP for 2 minutes straight with 5 Zephyrs around me. Once an EMP effect clears out, I enable my shield, and then again I get EMP. Gotta love it. I've had that too, except it was only like it was only 2 Zephyrs at the time actually, and it was my Ares. But it was basically the same deal. Like they had long arms and they were doing very, very little damage up close. But between abilities I was able to put up my shield again, but I was only able to move like a fraction of an inch before the next one froze me. And then they'd just like kind of like circle around, they'd move, and I couldn't actually get an angle on one. And yeah, the round ended before the round ended before I was ever able to get out. It's a horrible situation to find yourself in. Can you show all mech prices? I actually don't know what the mech prices are because I have all of them, except for Orion. But it doesn't really have a price outside of $100. You can find what the mech prices are though if you go to the description of the stream and then you scroll down. There's this little paragraph with a bunch of different links. The second to bottom one, the one that says Mech Arena Master Database, that is a Google spreadsheet, I think created by Scape, and it has information about basically everything, including mech prices. So you can find it out there. If I could sell my low level Arachnos for 1 credit, I still would. Yeah, 1 credit. I could do something with that. I mean, to be fair, 1 credit would probably do you better than an Arachnos would. It's not wrong. It's really not wrong. Let's see what this guy was. Tommy B. I mean, I like this. It's a good one. This is a good build. This is kind of a. This is more of a classic. This is more of a classic build. anyone who uses Carbine 12 it's usually a sign that they used to play the game. They played the game back in the beta. Back in the beta, Carbine was like the absolute meta. Like, yes, it was also railgun, but like Carbine was basically the arc torrent of, well, the arc torrent and the disc launcher of weapons back then. Arachnos is worth 1 credit. It might not even be worth that. Like, it's almost like having it is like a negative. I played a 5v5 with 3 surges spawned at the same time and moving closely together. I believe it. I believe it. Zephyrs travel in packs, though, like all the time. If you see one Zephyr, there's most likely another one very close. I don't know what it is, but Zephyrs always travel together. It's like, I don't know what it is. It's like girls going to the bathroom. Like, you can't just have one, you gotta have multiple. Gotta travel in groups. But it's annoying because, like, honestly, Zephyr is fully capable of taking care of itself, so I don't know why that's like one of the ones that I probably should have just used my ability just in case. Hey, Stasis Beam versus Stasis Beam, me likey. Sorry, my dude. If one of us is gonna beam it up, it's gonna be me. Oh my. Oh, he did. Sorry, I was only half paying attention to this kill shot. I was looking at the kill feed to see if my man Stasis Beam guy scrapped himself, which he, well, he didn't scrap himself, but he died. I was interested in whether or not he died. Boy. Okay, I'll take it. Probably should have just focused on the next dude down. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. You can't escape the stasis beam. Try as you might. The stasis beam is coming for you. Stasis is now. Oh, God. Zephyrs should have plasma cannons on them, not long arm. Yeah. Hey, just think, Tournament King. For lower ranks, Zephyrs have 2 Arc 6s instead. You know how absolutely annoying that's gotta be. It's got to be like the worst. The absolute worst. So my man's gonna spawn back over here. At least I thought. But apparently not. Which I'm relatively okay with. Hi, kitty. Meow. Oh no. That's unfortunate. Look. It's so dumb. Why you guys have all my bots dead? Like, they're barely even trying. Come on. Ma. I know that there was 2 people on the other team. But dang. That seems excessive. Oh, my man was using a double arc 12 Ares. Interesting. But I got an MVP with beams, so suck it. I feel like none of us can really say anything since the bot was actually the top. They didn't even do better than the bot. Come on, guys. Oh wait, no, it was only 1 dude. I could have swore I saw 2. Never mind. I could have swore there was 2 of them on that team. Must have just read the name wrong. I still need 3 more while I have less than 10%. That's not very easy. The way you say it's fine is classic. In other words, kind of bordered, but not worried. Okay, look. It's fine. Don't worry about it. The second place guy in my last Grandmaster heat used max areas with arcs. And they filled the other 4 spots in his hangar with low-level mechs and 1 weapon only. He kept winning. Oh yeah, you think? Some people will go to no ends to make sure that they win. It's like, oh my gosh. Like those are the people that kill me, because they're not here for a good game. They're here for an easy game. That's all they want. Freaking reason why I hate bots. Suppose 2 or 3 bots are battling each other, and a player comes in between them. They'll all immediately become friends amongst themselves and target the player. Yes, exactly. And that's just, yeah, like it's really bad. It ruins the experience for players, honestly. Like in every capacity. The fact that bots are dumb means that if you have more bots than the other team does, then probably you're going to lose just because of that. You know, the fact that bots always target you means that you know, depending on what you're using and depending on what rank you are, you actually have a lower chance of surviving with one single mech if you're like trying really hard to survive. Like, players are actually able to like assess that sort of thing, and if you're not being too much of a threat, they're not going to bother with you as much as somebody else. But it's absolutely ridiculous. And yeah, like it just ruins the player experience. But they're still here, and I don't think they plan on taking them out. I don't know how the matchmaking works when people handicap themselves like that. I have observed that some people try to handicap themselves like that, or like lower their power so they get easier opponents. But I have fought a lot of those people. Like, a lot of these people that do that end up still fighting the people that they should be fighting. So I don't really know. It might be different between like CPC and tournament, not necessarily 5v5, but tournament. It takes 2 to 3 seconds for bots to become allies or enemies. Yeah. If you exist in their vicinity, that bot does not care about anything. I once died to a bot MD firing pulse cannons at me from 105 meters away, even though there was a bot Ares literally gunning him down right in front of him. But that MD was like, nope, I ain't dealing with this Ares. I was almost dead, and it literally took like a couple hits. And like pulse cannon at 105, pulse cannon has a range of 110, but it barely hits. Like, it does so minimal amount of damage that no one would realistically even attempt that. And the fact that that bot actually did that just for the sake of shooting at me as opposed to shooting at that bot. Oh my gosh. That honestly ruined my entire day. It was not a lot of fun. I can't remember what I was using. I think it might have been Stasis Beam Guardian, but I don't really know. Yeah, like Tunnel of Fate, the moment you spawn as ever with long arm gets 2 shots off on you. Pretty much, yeah. Like, you have to just be like, you have to assume that your bots are not going to do anything, and that all of the other bots are going to do literally everything. You will not often be far off the mark with that, either. Actually, who is in here? Nobody? Okay. Okay. So, for as much as I don't want to die, I actually kind of want them to take me down. in HP. Not take me down, but like lower my HP a lot so that I'm at less than 10%. And I can do the do's with it, but this MD does not want me to die. Which I'm kind of okay with, but also kind of not okay with. Like, that was not the plan, sir. I wonder if I could just, like, end this game pretty much immediately. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Except this MD. Should I try to get him to heal me? Probably not. I actually did not mean to... Oh. Cool. I wanted to stun him just so that he didn't, like, turn and shoot me. You know, I appreciate it, but, like, the one time that I don't want you to. Just saying. Oh, nice. Somebody got me from behind. I love how I'm like, ooh, cool, I'm getting shot at. I should really go away from this MD. Oh, yeah. Heal me, please. Swoop me, dragon. Okay. So I was a little bit too low on HP for that. I was on like the smallest sliver. I could not have survived literally anything. So what I actually want is, come on, a little bit more. Oh my gosh. This MD will travel to hell and back to keep me alive. And I fully believe this to be true. Yeah, okay.
Use the ability to take more damage, then kill them.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily want to like purposely take damage just in case I took too much. Because 10% HP means that you have to have half of a bar left. And that's really low. Like if you do the smallest thing wrong, then you're screwed. And if any other enemy is nearby and they get a single shot off on you, you're pretty much dead. So I think what I want to do with this is actually, I mean, I could just spend 500 acorns, but I think the plan is actually just to use Ares. Because once I take that damage, I can then... I hate having that little thing notifying me that it's there, because it's annoying. I can then put up my shield, and I can, you know, not be careless, but I can do what I need to do in order to get kills with a little bit of flexibility. And I don't know why my EMP Storm Dash of Surge doesn't work through wall most of the time. It should. You have 15 meters range, so if you're not inside 15 meters range, then it's not going to work. Oh, this guy. Well, you're kind of weird. I'm not sure why you didn't. I'm going to put up my shield just in case he decides to spawn in. Okay. We're taking a little bit of damage, and that's good. I say that, but that's kind of a weird thing to say. Hey, how's it going? I'd appreciate if you shot at me a little bit. Hey there. Oh, see, that's what I'm afraid of. Someone's gonna come up behind me and they're gonna ruin it. Just ruin it. That was unfortunate. It's fine, but it's unfortunate. Everything is fine. Should probably reload. I don't have anything pressing on me at the moment. Okay, if I go over here, I might be able to take some damage. Don't necessarily want to, like, get myself... I don't want to screw myself over. For sure. Okay, okay. Mama... Ooh. Oh, he's... I actually don't know what's happening. He was sliding around like he was something else. Thank you. I actually didn't mean to go past the Lancer. I don't really care. So long as I'm close to it, it can't target me, so I don't really care at that point. Yeet. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, do a little bit of damage. Yeah, that's alright. A little weak. I could take a little bit more. Come on. Shoot me like you mean it. Alright. They might... Another one might spawn in here. He will not. If he had beams, I would take, like, a beam damage for a second. But he does not. Yeah. No, he's going to instantly destroy me if he gets too close. I see it. Well, that was less than 20%, but that was not less than 10. HQ, welcome. No worries. Join in whenever it's convenient. You have to move to the side immediately before you enter the tunnel just to survive the 100% accuracy of the opposing team spots. Yeah, that's true. The tunnel one is it's very annoying like that. I actually quite often just go straight to the side and don't even bother going up the middle because it's really not worth it. Use the ability to take more damage than kill them. Yeah, but then I'm constantly healing, which means that I constantly have to take more damage, which could be very difficult to do, honestly. The best way for me to do it is just, like, take a certain amount of damage and then just have some type of shield or some type of, like, cover or weapon that I can use to where I can just chill and get a couple kills, and then I'll be good. For some reason, the MDs stay at a certain position sometimes. I think last time they constantly moved everywhere. I don't really know. When it comes to bot AI, I don't know what's going on in their brains. I know roughly what they do in certain situations, but that's only as the enemy. As my teammates, I just assume that they're not there. I mistook that range and thought it to be 30 meters since 1 year. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's definitely what happened. I think we discovered the issue. It's fine though. At least you know that it's not at least you know that it's not, like, you know, bugged, right? And it's not, like, not working. So you can still use it when it's applicable. Surge would be very OP and everyone would use Surge then. Oh yeah, yeah. It already is very OP, to be honest. Probably better. It's probably the best mech in the game, the best single mech in the game. Quite possibly. I still haven't, like, fully determined whether or not I think it is. Because I haven't been able to, I haven't fought a lot of real players with Surge, and I haven't fought a lot of real players who are using Surge. My leg kicks and Stalker goes floating. I know, my man was just, like, sliding. I maxed out mine and it's 19 meters only. If you max out the dash distance implant, it's about 50 plus meters. Really fun. And most high-level players still can't counter surge. Yeah. I mean, people don't really know how to deal with a well-played surge because it's so new. It's so new to the game. Like, it'll find its place eventually. It's like Orion, right? Like nobody knows if it's super OP or if it's really not that good. It'll take the entirety of the community a little while before they determine, okay, here's the best way to counter it. So, once everybody knows that, then, how good is it really when everybody's used to fighting it? Because that's the main thing, right? And that's a big complaint that I get from people, like in terms of like against Plarium, is like, how can they release something that's so OP? How do they not realize it's OP? It's like, well, honestly, it takes the entire Mech Arena community a little while to determine if something's OP. Because first you have to figure out how to best counter it, and then you have to like apply that to every single thing. And once you figure that out, then you can determine, okay, this is really good, or maybe this isn't really good. Everybody thought Aegis was going to be super OP, but then it ended up being kind of garbage. Well, if Tunnel Fay, if you don't go inside the tunnel, you can get hit by mortars everywhere. That's true, but I have been anti-meta basically the entire time I've ever played this game. So I have learned to be anti-mortar, and I have learned anti-mortar playstyles very well. If I want to kill a mortar dude, he's going to be dead. Like, obviously, it doesn't always happen, right? Like, mortar people are still a problem for me. But if I'm having an issue, then yes, I will go to the tunnel if I can't solve it with any of my mechs. But generally speaking, Surge I could use as anti-mortar. Tengu I could use as anti-mortar. Shadow I could use as anti-mortar. Like half of my stuff is anti-mortar, or at least mechs setups that I could use to counter mortars relatively effectively. Not necessarily like hard mortar counters, but Panther or Surge, Ruffles, which one will you choose? I think Surge is probably better than Panther, just by a little bit. I think Arc Torrent 12 Surge is the best setup in the game. The second best the second best would be Panther with Disc Launcher. Disc 16s specifically. Thanks to that 5-second invincibility, or else the bots would have made a skeleton in Tunnel of Fate map. Yeah. I utilize the 5-second invincibility quite often. Like if somebody's like especially if it's a real player, like if somebody's close to your beacon and then you spawn in, I don't shoot at them immediately. I don't use my ability immediately unless I know that it's going to like pretty much guarantee me to win the fight. Because quite often they'll just waste theirs on me first and then I can use mine. It's like, well, you should have waited. Like I use that 5 seconds to kind of get myself better position. Around's kind of easy. Just fun full speed behind cover once you're marked. Just run full speed. Aegis is really good. It can counter disc launcher players who love to do splash damage at walls around Aegis. Aegis, it can be used very well. Yes, I agree. Fully agree. Aegis isn't as good as people thought it was going to be, though, is the thing. And I use Aegis for fun sometimes, for sure. It's a little bit awkward to use Aegis for me, simply because I find that I very, very much don't like it with Arc Torrent, and there aren't a lot of other decent 10 energy weapons, or like energy weapons that would add up to 20. I could use like Missile Rack 12, Missile Rack 8, but it's alright. I could also use Long Arm 10s, which I've done a little bit. Actually, Long Arm 12, Long Arm 8 technically does more damage, but yeah, that's kind of like a situation that I find myself in. I feel like I'm a little bit restricted in terms of like what I can use with 20 energy, so I just tend to not use them as much. Sort of same with Brick House, I guess. But yeah, like Orion can be pretty easily countered, but at the same time, like it's a super bot farming mech, right? Like Stalker Stalker isn't awesome like PvP. Like, if it was a full player versus player, like full squads match, then Stalker's really not going to do super well because it's only going to get 1 or 2 kills before it dies, which means it's only going to be able to heal like very small amounts of damage. Yeah, it can do a lot of damage, but only for a little bit. It's also taking more damage. And that kind of balances that out. But the main reason Stalker's so good is just because it can farm bots for basically infinite HP. And if it's not a full squad v squad, then you basically always have a source of HP, which is just bot farming, and you'll use that to get more HP before going into the fight against the real player. Which is most of the reason why Stalker's so good. Orion could be similar. It can't necessarily farm bots for HP or anything, but it can farm bots very quickly and get them off of your team so that you're at a major disadvantage. So it puts you at like 5v1 very quickly. So damn, Daniel. Why you calling me Daniel? I ain't no Daniel. Guardian and Panther, which one is better with the following weapons? Disc launcher, railgun, stasis beam. Panther with disc launcher is the better single build. But I say the better single build because if you had disc launcher and railgun, you are better off putting the disc launcher on Guardian and putting the railguns on Panther. Because the overall it's not because those are necessarily the better setups. Disc launcher's better on both mechs. So like if you want the single most powerful setup, then disc launcher and Panther, because disc launcher is just the better weapon overall, right? So you just put it on the better mech, you get a better performance. But when you're talking about overall performance, you're actually getting a better overall performance if you put disc launcher on Guardian, which also works very well, and then railgun on Panther. And the reason is because railgun works better on Panther than it does on Guardian. And disc launcher works pretty much the same on Guardian as it does on Panther. Slightly worse, but pretty much the same. So like your overall performance is slightly better if you do it that way. But if you're talking strictly single build, if it's like one mech and that's the only mech that you're going to be using, only mech in your hangar type deal, disc launcher Panther. I got disc 12 on Aegis and curve around the dome shield. Players get surprised. Dome shield can be used in so many ways and players get surprised by it. Yeah. I tried disc launcher 12 and 8 on Aegis, and maybe it's just because my 8's kind of low energy, but low level. It's still rank 5. I don't know. I wasn't impressed, really. I really wasn't impressed. There's a lot of tactical usage with the dome, especially against bots, actually. Against players too, but especially against bots, because it can, like, bots don't want to go through it. Like, they almost refuse to go through it. As opposed to, like, a Panther stasis barrier, bots sometimes will just walk right through the thing and try to take you out. But that's really not the case with the dome shield, except for Killshot. Killshot will dash through it, because he doesn't care, but that's kind of the only one. Well, Surge also, but you get what I mean. So, yeah, it's a good place. It's a good ability for kind of holding back a bot push on one side while you deal with somebody else on like something in some other direction, or like take care of stragglers or whatever. It's good. It's good. You can use it in a lot of different ways. But again, I feel like I'm not able to fully utilize it if I don't have like full range of weapon variety, I guess. It's a meme. I am not aware of that meme. Boss should learn from Mayor how to wisely use the splash damage effect of discs. No, they shouldn't. No, they shouldn't. Bots should not be using splash damage. No, I mean, they can if they wanted to. It'd be annoying, but... You know, disc launcher's damage radius is like 10 meters, but it's still classified as medium. I don't know what the heck they consider to be large. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I do that in Fortune Towers. Dome Shield covers my butt whilst I focus on my front. Yeah, exactly. It's good. And I enjoy doing that sometimes, but I feel very limited on like what weapons are actually good for it. I don't like Arc Torrent on it for whatever reason. I feel like it's not awesome with Arc Torrent. I like Shotgun 8s. Shotgun 8s are very, very good with Aegis. The problem is that I like Shotgun 8s better on my... I like Shotgun 8s significantly better on my Shadow. Alright, so this should be full bot game. Yes. So I will take some damage. Hi. Yes, yes. Please do me damage. I mean, if I'm gonna die, if they're gonna die, I may as well get the kill, right? Okay, let me back up a little bit. Yeah, stolen. I definitely earned that. That looks like beams. Beams! 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 Nope, I do not want that. Yeah, I ain't taking that heat. No, damn! Is there a legendary implant for disc radius? There is not. There is an epic one. There's legendary mortar radius, because goodness knows it needed it. Okay. This map is bad, like unless I'm using a sniper of some kind, or mid-range like this. This is kind of the setup that I should be mostly focusing on. Because I need to be able to... Yes, yes, yes. I need to be able to just kind of like hunker down behind these beacons, little staircases on the beacons. And mostly just hold that. I really hope that they don't. Yo, what are you backing off for? I was backing off because I wanted to tell people to go take care of that other dude. Okay, never mind, he's dead. Then I'll max the epic one? Yeah. There's a legendary reload, which is also really good. Oh, this guy actually could probably... Hey, hey, you wanna do me some damage? You wanna do some damage? Here, boy. Here, boy, you wanna do some damage? Good boy. Good boy. Not so good. You didn't even take me down to 10%. Take me down to like 15. Come on, man. Hey, hey there. Hey there. All right. Nice, 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 nice. Nice, 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 nice. Okay. Do not at all tempt the fates. I must do the do's, but I must do's them carefully. Oh crap, this might not be good. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Yeah. Okay. Keep quiet so it doesn't know what I'm doing. I think that was 3. And I believe that's all I needed. If that was not 3, I'm going to be very disappointed, actually. Because I'm, like, 100% certain that it was, mostly. Okay, well, that guy's going to die. Come on. Where are you at? There's got to be, like, one more spawning in, right? Oh, hold on. I was hoping I could get him, but he was not in range. Or, well, he was not in view, I guess I should say. Definitely in range. 7. All I needed was those 3 kills at less than 10% HP, and I'm pretty sure I got that. Yeah, there we go. Skin token be mine. I probably won't get anything good with this, but we'll see. Alright. Okay. So I got like a 5.56% chance. It's not awesome. I didn't want that. If you're gonna give me one, give me this Redox one at least. Redox one at least looks kind of cool. I have way better Zephyr skins. Not to mention, I don't even use Zephyr. Dang it. That was very disappointing. Due to that dome shield of Aegis bot that my railgun shots doesn't hit the target sometimes. They freaking place the dome in front of my Panther just as I'm going to pound my railgun shots on enemies. Yeah. I hear that. I hear that from people sometimes. In fact, when Aegis first came out, I was stupid, and I was like, they probably won't, like, bots probably won't use Aegis because, you know, they still don't use Tengu and they still don't use Stalker, which I'm very confused about. Like, why do they use Aegis but not Tengu or Stalker? I have no idea. But I was like, they probably won't use Aegis because if they did, that would severely mess everything up. Well, lo and behold, they now use Aegis and they've severely messed everything up. I got Stalker Day. It was the only one I needed. Ooh. So is the only one that you needed in order to have all of the mechs? Is that the only mech that you didn't have? Or is that the only one that you wanted that you didn't have? Either way, congratulations. That is a very good mech that you got there. 100% accuracy Stalker bots, that would be awful. Arguably less awful than Aegis spots, Tournament King. I mean, let's be real about this. Come on. You know that they just activate their ability and then do donuts for no reason, right? So, like, they just take extra damage and die. Like, again. You can't... I mean, I'm not thinking in terms of which one would make me killing bots easier. Like, otherwise I'd say, you know, bots should be max rank 3 and then only use common mechs. Like, I'm not strictly interested in making my games easier. I'm talking in terms of, like, logically. I don't know why they'd allow them to use Aegis, like, almost immediately after its release, and then not allow them to use Stalker or Tengu. I'll take Aegis bots with Missile Racks any day, because Missile Racks are so easy to evade. Again, you're thinking in terms of, this will make my life easier, this will make me get more kills, therefore they should do that. Like, that's not how logic works, really. 100% accurate Stalker bots equals mayhem. One shot, one kill with Predator Drive, depending on what they're using. Unless they're using, like if Stalker was a replacement for Killshot, and the Stalkers used carbines, I think that would be fine. Dash into his fans. I'm not close to your mechs. Well, that's fine. To be fair, I have spent a reasonable amount of money on my account, so if you haven't, that's probably why. I'm interested in fighting good players, but not bots with high-powered weapons and 100% accuracy. Bots are not OP. Accuracy or no, you can get around the accuracy by just outsmarting them. Like, yes, they're annoying, and it sucks to die by a bot just because, it's a bot and it doesn't. You can't be like, oh, okay, good, fair enough, good job, bot. Like, you could say that to a player, but you can't really say that to a bot because they're just stupid. And it feels like it's more of like your fault, and you feel kind of dumb for dying to a bot. At least I know I do. And I agree, it doesn't feel great, but that doesn't necessarily mean for the sake of, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's more fair to just make them easy kills. Or make them, less accurate, or make them more stupid, just so that it's less likely for you to die by them. If it's a small map, it's hard to get around them. I mean, depending on what you're using. Brother using Archangel since 2 years, and if bots get Stalker, it's all done for me. Again, you're assuming they're using sniper weapons of some kind. Like, yes, you might get generally less kills, but that would go down from, like, what, 10 to maybe 9 or 8? It's still a lot more kills than the bot's getting, so it's still not a fair game at that point. So I'm more interested in making things fair than making things easy. I meant I had Stalker, but the skin looks the best out of almost all of them, and I got it. Oh. I see what you mean. Well, that's still good. Welcome back, Gab. Alright. Is there even anything else that I wanted to do? I don't think so. Well, except for get 350 points, but I don't think I can. I'd need to do 10 more. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I can't. Darn. I'm still so darn close. 720. Actually, now that I think about it. Acquire 3 implants, yeah. I have to keep reminding myself that I need to buy a couple implants from the shop. Wait, what am I doing? Buy these. I need to buy a couple implants from the shop because I'm not gaining pilot XP because all of my pilots require rank up or are maxed out. So I'm just not getting, I'm not finishing the task otherwise. And I'm not getting my 50. There you go. Still not enough. It's still going to take several days. Long arm 8 and 10 plus Archangel equals bot Zephyr's favorite build. If you replace that Zephyr with Stalker, it can freaking one-shot all. I mean, yeah, assuming you make it a sniper. It could do a lot more damage. Maybe not necessarily one-shot everything, but it could do a lot more damage. Again, that's assuming they're using sniper builds. I mean, if bots were to use mortars, you know how bad that would be? Like mortars at high end. I know that they use them like at lower ranks. But if they were to use them like further down the road and they had like really good pilots and really good implants, if bots used mortars, they would be just as bad as players with mortars because it takes pretty much no skill to use them. To use them well. Like, you can apply skill and use them better, but it doesn't really require a lot of skill to use them and to get a couple easy kills, is what I'm saying. And if bots used mortars, that would be really bad, but they don't. So you can't just assume that that would be it would be like that. Yes, there are bad situations that could come up. At least bad for you situations, not necessarily game breaking. you would probably still average more than 5 kills per match. You'd probably still get more kills than the bots, so it would still be an unfair match in your favor. It just wouldn't be as easy for you. That long arm on the bots does so much damage. I mean, it does. It's a sniper weapon, though, to be fair. If you see someone with long arm, don't get out in front of them. It's basically it. None of us can have that kind of accuracy at 80 plus meters when our opponents are moving. I mean, you practice with long arm enough. I used to be able to. I can't anymore because I don't use long arm enough anymore. But like, if you use long arm a lot and consistently, you actually can get basically that kind of accuracy. Now, it's true that they fire their shots like in quick succession, and they track you very well. So like, that's not necessarily practical as like a player using long arm. What you want to do is you want to fire one shot and then, you know, reassess if they're moving, you know, like reassess, line it back up, and then shoot again. And you're not necessarily shooting at full RPM. So like, yes, that's true. They are able to shoot faster and hit more of their shots, but you know, generally speaking, they'll also waste their shots if you bait them to it. Bots using mortars. Yeah, it would be bad. But, you know. I'm sure they wouldn't want anything that would completely break the game. The release of Long Arm 12, Railgun be like, why, bro? Why this injustice with me? I mean, Railgun's still a better weapon because it's you're more likely to encounter somebody who's like close to mid-range than you are someone who is over 75 meters away. And Railgun does significantly more damage closer up. So it's just generally a better it's a better build to have in your hangar generally. But if you're looking for like strictly sniper, so like Elon Station, if you want to snipe on that map, which I tend to do, I like sniping on that map, or also like Agora and 5v5. Those sniper maps, yes, it's better with long arm, but you know, every weapon should have their own like specific little perks, right? Like a missile rack 8 is better than Railgun in some situations just because it offers more consistent damage. Railgun has like 3 shots and then you gotta wait for an eternity of reload. Like, you don't necessarily want a single weapon that just does everything better. Like, that's not what you really want. I mean, maybe it is what you really want, but that's not what should happen. Hello, DJ. I get shot by bots with long arms, and I'm moving around with a stealth shadow too unrealistic. I mean, that's fair, although I can shoot stealth bots. I can shoot stealth anything with long arms, not super consistently, though. Bots do a little bit too consistently, I agree. But, you know, at the end of the day, they make up for it for being really, really stupid. And, you know, you can't treat bots. I feel like a lot of people's problems is that they want to treat bots like they're garbage and they don't do anything, so they can just basically ignore them and tank all their shots and, you know, get up all in their face and they can't do anything. Oh no, it's just a little bot. They can't kill me. They want to believe that it's like that, but it's really not. Like, you still have to be careful. I hope Long Arm 12 will come in a cheap offer. I really want that weapon. Yeah. I actually don't know if it came in an offer at all yet. I know it was in an A-Coin event a while back, but they really need to reintroduce those. They really need to reintroduce, like, older weapons like that. Like, there's no way to get Disc Launcher 16. There's no way to get Javelin Rack 8. There's no way to get all of these other things. Shotgun 8. Like, there's no way to get any of these things anymore. So, like, if you just started, or if you started, like, a month ago, right after those things came out, what are you going to do? Like, there's no way to get it. And I think that even if it's just through A-Coin events, which are Not my favorite things, but you know, it's possible to save up 4,000 A coins. It's not the most unrealistic thing I've ever heard of. And 4,000 A coins for like a weapon plus a bunch of blueprints plus a bunch of resources is not that bad. It's usually like the overall worth of everything that you get for it is usually worth more than 4,000 A coins. So like I don't particularly mind those, but they just haven't been giving them to us anymore. It's all these stupid paid events. Like the hell do I want some stupid Star Spangled Skin for $5? Like I'm not buying that. Railgun's minimum range is 0 meters. Hope that long arm 12 doesn't get this nerf ever. What do you mean? What do you mean Railgun's minimum range is 0 meters? I mean every weapon has a range of 0 to whatever. So I don't know what you're talking about exactly. They should add trading, auctioning, selling, and gifting. Yep. I mean, you can gift A coins if you buy them, just by like giving them to another person's ID through the Plarium store, like the Mech Arena store, which I don't mind. You know, that was a fair idea. You know, like whatever. But they definitely need like blueprint selling or blueprint conversion of some kind. Auctioning, maybe not so much, because then you get people trying to kind of take advantage of certain other people, and you know that like higher rank players would specifically target lower rank players who don't actually know what's good, and they will trade. You know, they will trade like stuff like if you're able to trade blueprints or resources, like they'll trade them a bunch of credits for, you know, not a fair amount of blueprints or A coins or something like that. And people will take advantage of people in trading systems. So maybe not so much that, but selling, gifting, conversion, absolutely. Oh no, I don't treat them like useless. Why I mostly use disc launchers in my hair, because I know they can shoot miles away at 100% accuracy, but my shadow often dies from side long arm shots. I mean, I don't really have that problem, so I don't really know what to tell you. Like I would imagine that we're dealing with this generally the same kind of bots, because I think we're relatively in the same. I would sell that Arachnos immediately. Yeah. I don't know if it would ever. I don't know if they'll ever allow you to sell equipment, because you can only get one of each thing, right? So I don't think they ever would, and I don't really mind that necessarily. I just wish you could get rid of the blueprints for it. Like if it's all these blueprints for like autocannon 2, no one ever will use autocannon 2 for anything. So why in the world do I need enough blueprints to completely max it out and then some, right? Like there's no reason for it. So there should be some way of getting rid of those and turning them into something that's actually useful. I was talking about effective optimal range for sniper weapons. Railgun is the only sniper having optimal range from 0 meters, hoping that long arm 12 doesn't get this nerf ever. I have to see what you mean. Optimal range 0 to 120. So anything lower than 120, I think is, yeah. So it's basically damage fall off. So what you're saying is you don't want any other weapon to have, any other sniper weapon anyway, to have damage fall off, which is fair. I think damage buildup is good. So optimal range is 75 plus. But then like you go to like Gauss rifle, which is a sniper weapon. That's got 0 to 180. So it's just like I think I know what you're saying though. Is that like you don't want a sniper weapon to do more damage up close than it does at long range, because then yeah, if long arm did more damage up close, then railgun would completely beat it out and there'd be no reason to use long arm. because railgun also has the range implant, which can increase its range to further than long arm. In fact, the optimal range gets increased to almost the max range of base long arm. So like if you maxed out a railgun range implant, the optimal range goes to like 180 meters or something like that, which is basically the max range of long arm anyway. So like at that point, there's already pretty little reason to use long arm, but long arm can have like a small edge at very long distances. Even Warabots has conversion. Yeah, I know. It's kind of sad how they also have like the workshop where you can produce stuff for free. Yeah, it takes a long time, but like you can produce anything that is available in there, which is usually anything new that comes out. It takes like a couple weeks for it to get put in the workshop, but then, you know, you can work toward it and you can get it with a bunch of resources, but you can still get it without having to spend any money. And it's absolutely ridiculous that, like, the only way to get some of these things is by spending money. Dumb. What happens to me is that when I'm trying to destroy as many enemies as possible with my stealth shadow, a Zeb can still snipe at me from where I'm not looking, because it's behind, because I'm not behind cover. Yeah, I get you. Most of that, I don't necessarily want to try to like. I'm not necessarily trying to convince you that you're not using shadow correctly, but something to keep in mind is that you don't want to consider shadow's ability to be stealth. Don't consider it as a you can't see me. You want to think of it strictly in terms of they can't see me on the mini-map, and that is it. This is the only thing that you want to consider. If they're looking at you, assume that they can hit you and that they're going to hit you. If they can't see you on the minimap, that allows you to sneak up behind people. If there's nobody looking at you, or like if an enemy is not looking at you, if there's no one looking at you, even if you're in stealth, but you know that they're coming around the corner or something, you can go run around, you know, you can run around a structure or whatever structure that they're next to, if possible. You can run around that and then get up behind them and they won't see you coming. And that's in terms of they can't see me on the minimap. Not in terms of they can't see me, period, because that is extremely dangerous. I had to get rid of that. I had to get rid of that mindset when I was using Shadow. From a long time ago, I realized that Shadow's stealth is not classic stealth. It is not a you can't target me or it's very hard to hit me type of ability. It is quite simply a you can't see me on the minimap, therefore I can sneak up behind you easier. And that's pretty much it. Also, it keeps you from being targeted from mortars and javelin rank, but that's kind of it. Everything else you have to assume that they're going to have perfect aim and be able to hit you. Because if it was a real player, yeah, they're going to hit you. If they got Arc Torrent, they're gonna hit you and deal a lot of damage. If they got Disc Launcher, they're definitely gonna hit you and deal a lot of damage. Even if they have sniper weapons, they're probably gonna hit you a little bit. Like if it's a real player, they're gonna see you and they're gonna be able to, you know, still shoot at you, and that's what you want to avoid. So you can't think of it in terms of stealth, like the classic kind of stealth that we all kind of wanted it to be, I guess. It's a lot easier to get around stealth in this game. It really is. Neutral Man, hello. Noisy Boy, hi. The day before yesterday, you won't believe what I did. I freaking took down 3 bots standing in a row with dual railgun shots. So you took down 3 with 2 shots, or you took down 3 just like one after another? You just fired 3 shots and didn't even move your targeting. They just all stood there and died. I mean, either way, it's fun. That's kind of funny. You didn't win the challenge. Sad for that, but hope you had fun. Yeah, it was pretty fun. I actually got disqualified from the challenge because I forgot to put a kill and assist counter in my video. which is fair because they did specify that. I just forgot about that detail, and I should have looked at it again before uploading. But it was late, and I didn't want to worry about it. I did headshot 3 of them by aiming the crosshair on their head. I mean, regardless of where the crosshair is aiming, like vertically, it's still going to the same spot unless you don't have a target on them. But okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But I'm saying it's so hard to aim at a stealth shadow with long arm. I mean, yes. I know what you're saying too, but especially in terms of Zephyr, like just be careful is all I'm saying. It takes a long time to get used to it. And yeah, it does kind of suck sometimes. Like, bots suck for so many reasons. Like, so many reasons. I could give you... I could talk for an hour about how bots... Like, all the different reasons that bots suck, right? And they're not inherently OP or, like, a huge problem. But, you know, like, there are situations like that, like you just said. Like, they have unrealistic aim, so you can't do certain things. In fact, when sniper weapons were super prevalent on bots, when like every single bot had a long arm, Gauss rifle, and a stasis beam build, there was basically no chance for you to snipe at all. Like there was no options for sniping, basically. Like they were gonna kill you. There was just too many bots. And then, you know, pair that with the fact that bots will always target the player over other bots. It's just bad. Like, yes, bots do even out to be mostly weak and dumb, but you know there are a lot of different elements that make bots just a bad idea, and I don't want them in the game at all. I haven't wanted them in the game for a very long time, but I don't think they plan on getting rid of them. I'm actually interested to see whether or not they allow bots in the free-for-all game mode, because that would be so stupid if they did. It'd be so stupid. I am 100% sure that they're going to, but it's going to be so dumb. Really, the mistakes cost you so much? I don't think I would have gotten it anyway. Because I got 17, and I know that there was at least one person who got 19, at least one person who got like 20-something, and then there was probably one other person who got more than 17 as well. So I wouldn't have gotten Orion at all either way. I was actually closer than I kind of thought I was going to be, though. I quit because of bots playoff in tournaments. Yeah. Grinding tournaments sucks, man. It really does. Nobody wants to play the same map 300 times in a row. It's stupid. Yeah, that's why I go heavy on disc launchers in my hangar. I mean, that's fair. It's a good anti-bot. It's a good anti-bot weapon. But, and I mean, to be fair, I also use disc launchers in my hangar most of the time. But I'm also concerned with trying to just kind of anti-meta everything just because I can. Not necessarily because it's the most effective, but just because I can. Can you do some custom matches? No, I don't do those on Wednesdays. I do those on Sundays only. Who is this? I don't know who this is. Actually, I might know who this is, but his name looks different than what I remember it to be. Oh. Okay. I'm not sure why I'm doing that. If I could pretty easily just like click on his name to see if... Oh, okay, never mind. I thought he was a friend from Facebook that like friended me recently, because I remember he like DM'd me on Facebook. He's like, "This is my game name." It's like, okay, whatever. But apparently not. Apparently it's somebody different with the same name but with different fancy letters. The last guy I had to compete with seemed like he was happy to reach 44,000 points and to come in second. If I could win and 1,000 points, I would gladly take that and finally finish my Orion build. I mean, fair enough. Wait, Tournament King, do you have Orion? It's pretty fancy if you do. I don't remember if you told me that yet. I know somebody did, but I don't remember who it was. If it was you, then congratulations. It's pretty fancy. I'm really hoping to get like a cheap offer for it at some point. No, I did. Hold on. Let me show you. I did buy 2 tokens because I was like, well, you know, it's like 15 bucks. I would spend 15 bucks on some resources and it wouldn't get me really, it wouldn't really long term get me anything. So I felt pretty okay spending 15 bucks on some tokens and pretty much long term getting me nothing. So it was like, okay, whatever. I'll do that, and you know, if I waste it, then I waste it. It's not much wasted. But if not, I'm just gonna have to wait for the free token, and then I'm gonna wait for an offer of some kind. But I'm hoping I get an offer sometime soon. So long as it's like less than $20. If it's 15, I'll definitely consider it. But ideally less than 10. Ideally less than 10. You have Orion? And I recommend Disc Launcher 12 for people grinding tournaments. I mean, Disc Launcher on anything is just kind of good build. From what I've seen, I enjoy Arc Torrent on it, but to be fair, I am also much more of a close range type of person than I am a Disc Launcher person. If you guys know Stormy actually thinks that it's really good with sniper weapons, which is true because you can one-shot literally anything, and it's kind of fantastic. But yeah, there's a lot of different things that I want to try on it. Like, you could try beams on it and it would actually do pretty well. Like, come on, man, why would you not? You could use VRPGs and it would actually do pretty well. Like, man, absolutely amazing. Like, I love any mech that kind of gives you the opportunity to use garbage weapons and use them a little bit better. Like, obviously, yeah, most people are just going to be like, okay, really good mech that makes your weapons better. I'll just put on the best weapons and then I'll do even better. I look at it, I'm like, oh, I can use this garbage thing now. But that's just me. I really want certain things to do well when they don't. Also, Gauss Rifle, actually. Gauss Rifle is another one that I really want to try. What about Disc 16? What do you mean? It's a 24 energy max, so you could use like a Disc 16 and a Disc 8, but there's no real reason to if you could just use 2 Disc 12s. Because it'll cost a lot more to upgrade 2 different disc weapons as opposed to just upgrading the Disc 12 by itself. I do Arc 12 on Stalker because of the heals. Orion doesn't have heals, and I saw many content creators have their Arc equipped Orions die easily. I mean, I think Orion isn't super hench. I feel like it might not be as OP as I originally thought it was going to be. But yeah, we'll find out. It also, like, yeah, it doesn't have a protective ability, and its ability can kind of curve around walls. So you can kind of curve the ability and the weapons, and I could totally see that. I could totally see that working out for you. In terms of like if the ability was more of like a straight shot, then you would want Arc Torrent because you'd need to be exposed to fire the ability anyway, so you may as well just be doing massive amounts of damage as quickly as possible while that's happening. You love that mech, but you don't have it. Well, I mean, you don't know if you like it if you don't have it, to be fair. But Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah, I used my garbage Gauss 4 on Orion to complete the annoying Gauss event and got the 300 acorns. Fair enough. Was it fun, though? I mean, I know that you don't really like using garbage builds, but it's gotta have been at least a little bit satisfying, right? The enemies aren't close to each other, the mark doesn't transfer, and the arc torrent build is wasted. I mean, that's assuming you only use arc torrent for the sake of chained damage. But I mean, I don't know about you, but I've been having, at least on the test server, I've been having lots of issues with the mark not transferring when someone was clearly in range. Like there was a lot of instances where that happened, and it was really annoying. Anyway, okay, what do I want to do right now? Is there anything? Hold on. What are the objectives for this? Ends in 4 days. Deal damage, kill mechs, blah 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 blah. I haven't been using support mechs. I know a lot of people probably were to get more points, but I feel like it's not really a lot of points. Like, kill one mech, I would have gotten an extra like 800 points, which wouldn't have done me much good, to be honest. Use credits, get credits, upgrade mechs or weapons, ranks of mechs or weapons, get 200 acorns, use 200 acorns. Okay. So I'm thinking I could just like open up a bunch of my crates and get some of these credits. At least do me some good. I don't know what that Sentinel guy wants, but I'm not. I don't join random custom matches with no context. Like, I don't really want to. Especially since half the time I join in and then there's just like 10 minutes of me waiting for someone else to join. It's like, oh, someone else is joining. Just wait like 10 minutes for them to join in. It's like, oh my gosh. So I only ever end up playing one because I only have the patience for one. Which is why, like, generally speaking, it's probably just a good idea to not bother at all. There's some Lancer. I need some Lancer. Gauss 6. I need Gauss 6. Shotgun 8. Hold on. VRPG don't care. Long arm 12. That's good. Gauss 10. That's good. Shotgun 8. That's good. Gauss 10, that's good. Shotgun 8, that's good. Lancer, that's good. Last ones. Orion's transfer distance goes from 20, then to 25, then to 30 meters as you upgrade the rank of it. Oh, does it really? That's interesting. Well, I have a maxed out one, and it's supposed to be 30 meters, but even when there was somebody literally right next to the guy that I killed who was marked, the mark didn't transfer. And, yeah. Like, I had straight up footage of it just, like, the thing just failed. Like, I very closely observed it, and this happened multiple times. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was just a glitch on the test server, which is why I haven't, like, made an official complaint about it yet. And I actually also haven't tested, I haven't tested the ability recently. So I haven't, like, I haven't complained to devs about it or anything. It's just something that I observed when I was doing the contest, the content creator contest. HP Gaming, hello. But yeah, when I was doing the content creator contest, it's something I observed happening and it was really irritating. I don't know if I've seen that happening in the live server though. Like, I've watched a few streams, like Stormy and Orion also streaming with that mech. And I haven't necessarily seen anything super suspicious. So maybe it's just a test server thing, but yeah, I actually wasn't paying attention to the transfer distance moving up. I thought it was just a nerf from 30 to 20 on the test server. But nope, apparently it's the same thing. If there was a system of sending A-coins to friends, I would tell Mayor to send me 8,000 A-coins. He might too, honestly. I know he has a lot of A-coins because he gets a lot of A-coins every week for being in the partner program, like the highest tier of the partner program. And he's got like he spends some decent money on the game, and he maxes everything out and stuff. And anything that he doesn't want max, he can just max it on the test server and use that then. So like he's got a lot of A-coins, and I genuinely think that he would probably share them with people if he could. Because he was actually saying in the Discord group that us content creators have, he was saying that he actually didn't participate in the Orion creator contest thing because it really only stood to benefit the creators, and it didn't like have anything to do with the community really. Which is true. It's completely fair. And the maximum times I got the mark transfer was 3 times. Yes, I know that much. It does transfer a maximum of 3 times, I believe. Which I was having no problems with when I first tried Orion. But then when I tried him again after when I was doing the contest thing, it was not doing it properly. There was like an issue with the test server though, and they had to like restart. They had to restart it. And I'm sure that was just like a bug that resulted from it. It's good enough for me because the ability is already cooled down by the time the mark ability is transferred for the 3rd. Yeah. No, that's for sure. That's for sure. You could also put on like an ability duration and ability cooldown, I think, and you'll actually get your mark back before the first one even ends. Doesn't transfer sometimes too? Annoying. Do you think it's a bug? Happened to me many times. Oh, okay. It's definitely a bug. I don't know how exactly it works. I haven't like done testing on it. I would need multiple people to help me test that. But I can't do testing on the test server, so I'd need to have it. Well, I mean I could, but like I'd need to get like multiple people, multiple content creators to help me, and they probably don't really have time for that. So I'd need to get it like on my own account for testing purposes. But okay, yeah, if you're experiencing that too, I might just have to tell them about it. I need to get like some good footage of it to really showcase what's happening. I want to send my friend request. Send it through Facebook. There's a link in the description to my Facebook profile. And I just accept all Facebook friend requests. So I try not to rely on the mark transfer too much, but it definitely does not transfer sometimes when enemies are close by. I mean, I had to rely on the transfer when I was doing the contest because the entire contest was geared around the enemies being marked when you killed them. So I literally had to throw away certain games that I was playing because the mark just didn't transfer enough times, and I had to wait another 10 seconds, and by that time, some random bot killed the enemy that I was trying to kill. So like, that was a big issue for the contest. It was a big issue for the contest. Live server, yeah, not so much. It's not like a game-breaking thing or anything. You can let me know if you want to test. Yeah. I'll probably say something in my Discord if I want to try to get people to help me test. But again, I'm gonna need it on my own account because I can't do that from the test server. I can only get people who are also on the test server. HP Gamer, I already told you how you could friend me. I'm not accepting friend requests through the game, because if I allowed that, then my entire list would fill up and I wouldn't have any room for, you know, anything. It would just become a first come, first serve, and then people would people would want to be my friend in game as opposed to on Facebook, so they would just fill up my friends list in the game, even though they could use Facebook, they just don't feel like it. So I'm not dealing with that, unfortunately. I have to cut it somewhere, and that's kind of where I cut it. If you want to see the least possible damage of railguns, you have to make a brand new account and jump in a match. There you would see juggies using railguns, which give literally 0 damage. Yes, I have observed that the juggy railguns. In fact, I have to go through that. I have to go through the training, like the what's it called? The tutorial rounds. I have to go through those first two to three tutorial rounds every single time the test server opens up, because they create a new test server. Like, I have to create a new test server account every single time. And yeah. So I have to do that every single time, every couple weeks. I have to go through that all over again, which is irritating, but I definitely did notice it. I didn't notice it the first time I played, obviously, because I didn't know what the significance of railgun was, but Shadow counters Orion easily. Shadow is definitely an important mech. I mean, it already was, in my opinion. Shadow is something that, like, if you're going to use a light mech and it's not going to be Tengu, then it's probably going to be Shadow. Like, Shadow's definitely one of the better light mechs. And a lot of people will use Shadow just because, like, it gives you certain possibilities. Especially like if you're running in a squad, you can kind of counter opposing mortar players with it. So it's not a super uncommon mech to find late game. It's just not the best. Varan can't mark a target. There's nothing special about it. And Shadow Stealth means Varan can't mark you. Yeah. Yes, I know that. I know that. Unless you're firing at someone else and then the Shadow like happens to get in the way, then I actually don't know what happens. I haven't tried that, but I imagine it just hits. I just imagine it just hits the stealth Shadow. But yes, you're correct. You cannot target stealth enemies with the ability. But that's fine, you know. It's a balancing mechanic. It's gotta have something. I hardly saw players using Shadow. It's weird. All of them, 5,000, 7,000 squad power. Really? I've actually seen quite a few 6,000 squad power people using maxed out Shadows. It might just be like the different. It might be that we're usually on at different times, or like our servers are different. So like the people that we normally see are different, and that yours just happen to not use Shadow, or mine just happen to use Shadow more often than the average does. Was it in CPC? It was honestly in mostly tournaments. It was honestly the most times I've seen people using Shadows is actually honestly mostly in tournaments. Sometimes in CPC, but not a lot. It's not like super common. Like, it's not like it's something that like every other opponent has, but like I've seen it quite a few times, It wouldn't be something where it's like, oh, this guy's using Shadow, that's super rare. It would be like, oh, this guy's using Shadow, that's kind of nice. I don't see that a whole lot. Yeah, it might have something to do with servers or something, but that's interesting. I just kind of assumed that most people got like the same general amount of Shadows as I did. Hyperion, hello. What's your favorite mech? Probably Shadow. We were just talking about him, but honestly, it's probably Shadow. I have to say I really like Surge too, but He got a buff and he's kind of OP now, so maybe I don't like him so much. Because I'm like that. I partially agree with you. Silent. The thing is that you can't actually. It's like a javelin rack. It requires like. Well, it's actually not like a javelin. It's like more like a mortar. It requires the. It requires the target before you can even fire it. So you can't use the ability on a stealth shadow. Like, it doesn't matter how precise you try to be, you physically can't press the button if the only thing that you're looking at is a stealth shadow right in front of you. You can like try to, you could try to catch the shadow in the crossfire, right? Like if you're shooting at somebody else and the shadow happens to get in the way. You could try to do that, but you physically can't press the button otherwise. Accept your Facebook request. I will do that right after I'm done with this stream. I don't check Facebook super often, but I will do that in a little bit. Do you like Aegis? Yeah, I think he's fun. I don't use him super often just because, I don't know. I feel like the best weapons for him are shotgun, and I hate using shotgun on anything besides my shadow, to be completely honest. But yeah, I mean, apart from that, Aegis is generally a pretty fun mech to use. I'll have to use Missile Rack on him more often, to be honest. I wish I could run into more shadow players instead of fighting killshot players with mortars who run away like cowards. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I run into my fair share of mortar players too. Basically, everybody that I fight has somebody has a mech with mortars in it. Like, they always got mortars in their hangar somewhere. And they typically fight like cowards, yes. But, I do get the occasional shadow user. Apparently significantly more often than you do. Which is, I guess, makes me feel special. Or something. I've seen Omniverse using Hunter's Mark on Stealth Shadow. Maybe a glitch or something else, not sure. It's either a glitch or he was using somebody else's target to, to catch the shadow in the crossfire, or he fired it before the shadow went into stealth. Or it was a glitch, yes. But I have tried this. And I know for fact that you can't you actually can't fire the ability unless you have somebody unless you have that target symbol on it. Like if you miss with your ability, it's not because like you misfired, it's because you had a target and then the thing like shot out and it hit something before it hit the enemy, like it hit a wall or something. That's how you can miss the mark, guess you could say. But you need a target before you're able to even fire it. And that definitely applies to Shadow and Surge and Tengu as well. Is Disc Launcher 16 better than Railgun? I mean, Disc Launcher is a generally more meta weapon than Railgun. I would say you're better off using Disc 12s and Railguns. Like, use them both. If you only have one mech with 32 energy, you probably want railguns instead of disc launchers, because disc 12s can do basically just as good as disc 16s, right? Especially on Stalker. Actually, the best disc launcher the best disc launcher build in the entire game is, in my opinion, disc 12 Stalker. Disc 16 Panther is really good. And it's technically the best build in the game, but it's not the best disc launcher build in the game. If you are following me on that, I'm not sure if you're necessarily fully following that logic. can't mark search this stealth though. Yeah, you can't even fire your ability if you don't have a mark on someone, or if you don't have a target on someone. No customs HP. Not today. That's a Sunday thing. Yeah, anything can happen because Mech Arena equals Glitch Arena. Fair. You are not entirely wrong, and it pains me to say that. No, it's pay to win arena. It's true. It's wallet arena to you. Throw your wallet. Go wallet. Wallet used cash. It's super effective. It'd be really cool to see a mech that had wheels on its feet, like skates or something. I might make a concept out of it. You do that. I loved that syringe mech concept that you showed. Man, like I am also a bit of a concept artist, and I would love to just like, honestly, I've really been considering just like for fun, for the sake of you know, just entertainment, seeing how many people would want to like watch me create random mecha ideas for the game that they come up with. You know, like I wonder if that would be cool. If anybody here thinks that would be cool, then feel free to say so. Because I've been considering it. I just don't know exactly whether or not people would want to see that or not. If I did it, it would happen entirely on my art YouTube channel and not on this channel. I've completely forgot about Syringe. I need to finish him. He looked pretty fleshed out to me, but okay. I can tell you a secret of Mech Arena new gun. I guarantee you that I know more about it than you, but go ahead. Well, I don't guarantee. I sometimes I don't know things. If it has to do with graviton beam, I can't tell you anything, but I can tell you that I've already tried it on the test server. That's the only thing I can tell you. This is a cool channel. I appreciate that. Do it? Yeah, I might have to. I might have to. I just wasn't sure if it was going to be like something worth my time, you know? Because it wouldn't. I would honestly, I would hate for myself to just like go through all of that trouble and then like only 2 people even want to like see it. And like, you know, there's only like 2 people who give me ideas, and then it just becomes something that, you know, happens for a little bit and then dies off like immediately. But I do feel like a lot of people have a lot of interesting like mecha weapon ideas. So maybe it's something that could be cool. I've been wanting to kind of revamp my art channel for a while. I've been working on something for the past like, gosh, like 2 weeks. I've been working on a mech painting, which I want to turn into, you know, my best looking, most fleshed out, most detailed mech painting that I've ever made, which so far it looks like it could get there. It's gonna take a bit longer. And I've been recording the whole process, but it's like 5-6 hours long at this point. I can send you the new gun screenshot. Well, go over to the Discord, which is in the description. It's the first link in the description. If you're in that Discord, feel free to drop an image of that in the in like the general chat or something. If you're not joined in, then feel free to join it. Yes, it is graviton beam. Yeah. I mean, I've already seen it and I've already used graviton beam. I can tell you that much. I know that there was at least one. I think there was somebody who accidentally like left a small little tiny little clip with graviton beam in it, They left a small clip in one of their videos that accidentally showed Graviton Beam. And somebody like screenshotted it and sent it to the Discord. I don't know if that's exactly the one that you're talking about, but anything that you want to show, feel free to show it there, so long as it's not inappropriate, because I feel like I have to say that. We don't have that issue over there, but like the way that I worded anything you want to show, I don't know about that. I would love to see a mech which can teleport. Zoop. Agreed. I love teleporting mechs. In fact, my favorite mech in War Robots pretty much ever was Phantom. And it was the first teleporting mech, and it was really good for a little while, but I kept using it even after it wasn't that good. Just because, dang, there's so much you can do with it. You can place your translocator and then like run off an edge and you can run off a cliff and shoot at somebody who's like further down, and then use your ability to teleport back up before you hit the ground and die. It's amazing. I loved it. So much you could do with it. I wish Mech Arena copied Mech Warrior designs and weapons. I don't care if it's copying, it would be so damn cool. Flamethrower gun that makes other mechs overheat and shut down. Imagine that. I have not seen or played any Mech Warrior, and I'm very, very sorry. In fact, I was not exposed to a lot of video games at all as a kid. So a lot of older things I actually didn't really do much with. I spent the bulk of my video gaming experience before starting War Robots was my first real mobile game that I played, like seriously. And before that, literally the only game that I ever played was Star Wars Battlefront. The original Star Wars Battlefront, and the Star Wars Battlefront 2 on the original Xbox. Those were great games. I also played the Xbox One versions a little bit, but I didn't like them quite as much. But call me weird, but I played those games to death. Like hours every day, never got boring. It was amazing. I was so good at that game. Which is weird because I am classically a terrible like shooter, like first person shooter player. Horrible at it. Third person shooter, I'm pretty dang good. First person, awful. You have test server HP? Really? Are you a content creator? I don't know if I know about you. If you're a content creator, let me see. Go to channel. 8 subscribers. You are lying. Never mind. If you were a content creator, I would have subscribed, but you're definitely not, because they don't allow people in unless they have at least 1,000 subscribers. Yeah, busted. No need to show off. You're fine. You're fine. Anything that you think someone might not know, feel absolutely free to put it in the Discord, because genuinely speaking, I don't know a lot of things. So, especially if it's something to do with like other people's videos or like community posts or announcements from Mech Arena, I miss a lot of that stuff. So put it in there, and it's, there's a good 50-50 chance that I don't know about it. But yeah, no need to show off. You're fine. Star Wars Battlefront is amazing. Agreed, DJ. It's a freaking masterpiece. Actually, my favorite Star Wars Battlefront was the first Star Wars Battlefront for the Xbox One. I thought it was super balanced, super amazing, and I was, not to toot my own horn, but I was like an absolute master at that game. It's sad that nobody really plays it anymore, because the second one came out, and the second one kind of sucks. Ruffles, you can watch this cartoon called BattleTech. It was a great cartoon that is about mechs. I mean, anything about mechs has got to be great, unless it's anime. I don't watch anime, and If you're to ask me why, I couldn't really tell you. But if it's just a cartoon, then that's different. Is it on Netflix? If it's on Netflix, for sure I'll watch it. If it's on Disney Plus, I'll watch it too because I have both of those. But anything further than that, I don't have. In fact, I watch very little TV. I watch a lot of YouTube, so don't think that I'm one of those like, oh, he's one of those people who doesn't waste his life. He spends his life being more creative. No, I'm chilling watching YouTube basically all day because I'm a lazy person. I have other words for myself, but none of them are befitting the stream. Hey, Gecko. You got rocket mortar today? I'm so sorry for you. No, that's fine. That's nice. I hope that does well. If you got the 8s, then don't invest in them too much. Just keep them basically where they're at and save up for the 12s. Which I want to say Rocket Mortar 12 is actually cheaper than Rocket Mortar 8. So keep that in mind. Please see my Mech Arena hanger. I mean, is it that time? Do I want, you know what, I might do some hanger reviews right now, It's like 2 o'clock. Hold on. Okay, sorry, I was just answering a text real quick. UF Rocket 12, nice. Your room number, excuse me, I'm not giving you my apartment number. No, I know, you mean the custom match. I'm not doing custom matches. Custom matches are for Sundays. Muhammad Ali. Yeah. I think right now we're going to do some hanger reviews, so. It's a YouTube very old cartoon which the Mech Warrior franchise was based on. Okay, fair enough. Might be worth a gander. I'll write it down. I haven't gotten around to seeing the latest season of Umbrella Academy, which I wanted to see a few days ago, but I never really got around to it. Like, I've been trying to keep myself busy. Like, for as much as I watch YouTube and I kind of waste my time on that, I want to be one of those people who doesn't watch a ton of YouTube, doesn't watch a ton of TV, and is, mainly productive. I think that's a good habit to get yourself into, but some every now and again can't hurt. Damn. Ay. Oops. I didn't mean to press that. I meant to. That was my elbow hitting the screen trying to write this down. Oh. Thank you for sharing that with me, Tournament King. Or why do you not use rocket mortar? Because I feel like it's a weapon that nobody really likes, but they use it because they feel like they have to. And honestly, like the entire reason that I started my channel was mostly just to show people just that they don't have to use things like the meta things. Like, they don't have to use the things that they maybe think that they have to use. If you don't want to use mortar, you don't have to. If you don't want to use disc launcher, I don't use disc launcher sometimes. Although it's a little bit harder to get around. And it's the same thing with mechs. I don't use kill shot because a lot of people, they think, kill shot's just so good, you kind of can't not use it. Same thing with Panther. You know, I just don't use it because I want to be able to prove to people, here's how, here's how you can play these certain things. If you really want, if you want to, use the things that you like as opposed to the things that work well, you for sure can. And I know a lot of people like to use things because they work well, but that's not the people that I'm talking about. War Robots has a flame weapon, which I wish Mech Arena copied. Hey Ruffles, you said you use the graviton beam. How many seconds does it take for the exploding effect to occur? 2 seconds or more? I can't say anything about the graviton beam. I actually won't. I won't disclose any information about it, honestly, at all. Like, I don't know how much I could technically get away with, but I think it's fair to say, I used it, and that's not really worth much, right? Like, it's not. I'm not giving anything away when I say that I used it, but I am giving something away if I give details about it. So I'll tell you that I used it, but I kind of have to draw the line there, and yeah, won't describe it in any way, shape, or form, outside of other things that people already know of. I will say though that I didn't get any implants for the test server for the weapon. We didn't have any graviton beam implants, so I actually don't know what like the maximum effectiveness is. But yeah, that's about it. Like I won't tell you if it was good. I won't tell you if I like. Well, I'll tell you that I liked it because it was beams. Come on, I definitely liked it. You have to be stupid to think that I didn't like beams. Will you be doing custom match? No, I won't. So yeah, I'll tell you that I liked it. I'll tell you that I used it, but no information, unfortunately, because I, kind of shouldn't. I shouldn't say anything about it. I shouldn't spoil anything. You can also type in Mech Warrior cutscenes. There were some really nice cinematics created with real actors from the late 90s, early 2000 years. Sorry for asking about Gun. No worries at all. Like you can ask me whatever you want to ask me. Whether or not I answer or give you the information that you want, that's a different story. But I know better than to just give you the answer that you asked for, or the information that you asked for, right? Like, I'm not an idiot. I'm not a child. So, since I'm mature enough to figure out, okay, here's what I should tell you, here's what I shouldn't tell you, I have absolutely no issue with people asking me anything that they want to ask me. You could ask me something that's super personal, and I'll just tell you I'm not going to tell you that. But I don't care that you asked. If there's anything that you want to know about anything, feel free to ask if you think that I would know. And if I can't tell you, then I'll tell you. Then I'll tell you that I can't tell you. And obviously, you know why I can't tell you. But it's fair enough to ask because maybe I can. Same, I use mortars on Killshot and are really fun to use, but it gives a good score on tournaments, and tournaments is the best way to get resources. That's true. I do forget that they give you the damage score bonus sometimes, but they're also stupid, and I hate them, so. Debunked! You have Arachnos or not? I think everyone has Arachnos. If you didn't get Arachnos from the Derby event will literally just show up a couple weeks later. And I heard that from Scape. So, it's a pretty reliable source. So it'll just keep showing up until you get Arachnos. So yes, I have Arachnos. In fact, I'm going to max out my Arachnos after I max out Lancer, which is the next one I'm maxing out. Please don't use them on me. Aim at the bots, please. Yeah, I mean that's fair. Like there have been very, very, very few situations, but there have been a couple where like myself and the dude on the other team, we just kind of mutually understood that we weren't going to fire at each other. We were just going to focus on the bots because it's just kind of what we wanted to do at that point. And it was nice. It's not kind of nice to just have like that mutual understanding where it's like, you leave me alone and I'll leave you alone. We'll get our kills in. We'll do what we got to do. We each got our own thing going on. It was a cool few games, and I love running into people who are chill like that. It would be cool to have a new artillery weapon so I can use Faye more effectively. Grenade launcher concept vibes. Yes, grenade launchers or like heavy artillery cannons, like something with like a huge AOE, but maybe not necessarily a ton of damage. I would like that. I would like that. Or like napalm, like fire strike, where it like puts an effect on the ground for for like 5 seconds or something, and it's like if you're walking through it, then you take DOT. It'd be cool. There's a lot of good ideas, but like the fact that there's only one weapon for artillery just makes it boring. I think they should bring back the copies. Oh, the mech copies? No, never. I am so glad they got rid of them. Because then it's just the most meta spammed twice. Like, are you annoyed that somebody's using, their disc launcher Panther on you? Well, guess what? They can do it twice now. It's like, no, you don't want that ever. You do not want that. I loved it so much when they got rid of that. Because as someone who highly advocates for variety in my, non-meta self, people spamming the same mech and literally having 3 different mechs in their hangar, but all of them have the same builds. It's like garbage. No. You read my mind. I didn't get first time, and I was so scared I was never gonna get another Arachnos. Oh. Well, it wouldn't have been a loss to you. But yeah, it does. It does continue to show up. Tell Mech Arena to make a fart bomb. That would be amazing. I would add a trebuchet or cannon, but futuristic themed. Yeah, I think like a grenade launcher would be cool, but I think personally I would prefer some type of heavy cannon. Something that's sort of similar to. It's sort of similar to VRPG, but it doesn't have like an effect. It's more like a super heavy RPG. But it has one shot and then it has to reload. Its range is really good. Its radius is really good. And its damage is decent. But of course, it's sort of like a sniper. And it's more of a crowd control type weapon. I think it would be amazing. And I would love to use it. Might be not as good as mortars, but who even cares? I don't think people like mortars anymore. Everybody's just looking for a reason to not use them. I've seen a bit less people using mortars these days, just because they're so stupid. Nobody likes it. I would spam 2 shadows and have so much fun. Don't care if I win. I mean, that's fair. I would have a lot of fun, like using 2 of certain weak things, but I think the fact that everyone else would be spamming 2 of the most powerful things, it would just kind of ruin the experience for everyone trying to actually have fun with it. Gosh, super loud beep. I don't know if you guys hear that. I was not able to get the copies because I was too broke to get the copy. Yeah, I had a copy of Redox, and it gave me actually like 6,000 A coins or something like that as the I want to say it was like 6,400 as like the copy compensation. It was amazing. Or actually, no. Actually, what happened was I had 2 mech copies. I think I had Redux and Shadow, and I quickly duplicated my Shadow. Or maybe it was my cheetah, I don't remember. I quickly duplicated something just for the sake of getting more compensation because I knew that they were going to compensate us quickly or shortly. So I was like, ooh, I'm just going to duplicate this real quick. I never used the duplicates, but I duplicated it as quickly as possible so I could get more stuff from it. So I got like 3,000 from each one, which is honestly really good. Imagine a PPC cannon like in MechWarrior. Would be so fun. What about a nuke one shot only and like a range of 20 meters? So like the radius would be like 20 meters. I mean, it would have to be a pretty weak nuke in order to be really classified as a nuke. So like at that point, I'd be okay with just like napalm type thing where it leaves an effect on the ground that's like, also probably like 15, 20 meter radius. It just like leaves an effect on the ground for like 5, 10 seconds, and then anybody inside that effect takes damage. So it would encourage people to move if they're just sitting there being little boogers, you know? Radiation effect. Yeah. I mean, it's mostly the same idea that I had, except that, you call it a nuke and I call it a napalm. You're thinking, kind of like invisible radiation. I'm thinking more of just like visible flames, but it's the same general concept, same general mechanics. All right, people. It is like 2 o'clock. I don't necessarily want to stop anytime soon, but I also am not really feeling any of this games. I don't really want to play anymore. I don't know what I want to do. So we're gonna do some hanger reviews. So if anybody wants a hanger review, put your ID in the chat. Flamethrowers would be cool in the game. Agreed. It's kind of just like a staple weapon that I'm surprised they haven't included yet. Like flamethrowers are in a lot of games. Yeah, Gecko, I'll do anybody. I just need you to put your ID in the chat. Even if it's somebody that I see all the time, even if it's Sentry. If Sentry wants a review, he puts his ID in the chat. Even though I'm friends with him, and I know where he's at. I know what his general squad power is, and I know what his game name is, and everything. It just makes it easier for me. If I don't have to try to remember everything at once. Disc 16 and a carbine 8. Do you not have the disc 8? Oh, never mind. You have them on here. Duh. Okay. Long arm 12, long arm 8. That's amazing. Congratulations on the long arm 12. That's a very good weapon. Arc Stalker, very good. Missile Zephyr, very good. I feel like you don't really want 2 disc builds, because otherwise you get one that has... Oh, this one's mortar. This one's disc. I see. So you definitely need to like build a disc launcher pilot specifically. Redux would probably be better with disc launcher than Brickhouse, to be fair. You could put double carbine 8 on Brickhouse, and then put the disc launchers on Redux, so that you can, double down on the, not double down, but just like, you can focus on a single pilot for the disc launchers, especially if you're not willing to spend money and you're not like super late game. It's going to be hard for you to find good implants, and you're not going to have access to a lot of good pilots, so you're going to want to use those as efficiently as possible, which means that you don't want to build with disc launcher, but Redux is a good disc launcher one. Just swap out something for Brickhouse. You don't have to use carbine. You could actually use something else. I'm trying to think of like what else could work. I mean, you could use like a mortar 8, mortar 10 if you have it. If you want to use mortars, Brickhouse is not a bad mortar mech at all. Yeah, man, flamethrower. There's this game called Mech Assault years ago.
And this one mech used flamethrowers. Mechs could move the torso very fluidly. It was such a fun game.
Yeah. I've been looking a little further into different mech games. There's quite a few that are they show a lot of promise, but I feel like the worst part about every single mech game that exists at the moment is just the fact that there's bots in it. Like, the bots make it stupid. I don't like it. Like, there's a few that are relatively new, and I think at least one that's still in like the open beta. But it's just lots of bots, which doesn't show promise. If the games are mostly bots, then that means that there's not a lot of players, and that means that it's pretty unlikely that the game's ever really gonna take off, to be honest. Okay, Long Arm Panther's good. Mortar Ares, I mean, kind of a waste of a shield. I mean, realistically, the shield isn't going to do you anything, right? Like, if someone gets close to you and you put up your shield, it buys you a couple seconds. So, at that point, you may as well focus on getting as much energy as possible so that you can use the Mortar 12 with, like, a Mortar 8 or another Mortar 12. So, I would put the mortars on Guardian and the RPGs on Ares, because you could be a little bit more aggressive with Ares. And you could put like a Javelin Rack 4 on Guardian up until you rank up Guardian and get more energy. Then you could put a Mortar 8, but you could just like pair it with a Jav 4 if you have it. That's okay. Arc 6, Shotgun 2, so you have 8 energy? Okay. That's not a bad combo. Arc 6 is definitely a really good weapon, and it's definitely a good weapon for killshot specifically. Your only other real option would be like 2 Shotgun 4s, but this is probably a better build. So yeah, don't worry about the Shotgun 2. Just focus on the Arc Torrent 6. Pulse Cannon Arachnos, honestly, it's good enough. Don't rank up your Arachnos. You don't want it. In fact, when you get it, you could completely ignore it and never level it up at all. And that's probably just a good idea. What you could really use is Missile Rack, I think. Putting Missile Racks on Arachnos could help. Or you could leave your hangar like this and then put Missile Racks on Guardian, because you could fit 2 Missile Rack 8s on Guardian, and that would actually work pretty well. Don't bother with Missile Rack 6, just get Missile Rack 8. Missile Rack 6 is not worth it. Saltvikraj 311488 3T. Kira, alright, let me see this. Boss should just shoot marshmallows at us, not long arms. So mean. So mean indeed. I'll do disc 12 and 8 on disc 12 and 8 Stalker after I'll get Orion, get to 16 energy. Fair enough. Hyperion, if you're in my friends list, please just put your ID in there. It just makes it easier, because otherwise I have to try to find you in my list. And after integrating Facebook, there's like almost 200 people in there, so it's easy for me to pass somebody up, and it just causes problems. Okay, so this isn't bad. Disc Panther's definitely a good build. Disc Killshot's also a good build, but you now have the issue of, you don't have enough implant parts to really level up your implants. So Killshot build very much suffers. How could you kind of counteract this? Well, you don't really have any long range. This doesn't count as long range, because if you try to fire a mortar at long range, the further range you get, the easier it is for people to dodge it. So like any real like sniper maps, you have basically nothing. You could put long arms on Panther, although that seems like a little bit of a waste since you have 24 energy. You could also put long arms on Guardian. You only have 20 energy. And then you could put the mortars on Killshot. Mortar Killshot's very popular, and I believe it's because, you know, the dash is able to get you out of the way of other people trying to counter mortar you. This is good though, and this is good. Both of these are optimized for the most part. Although you could put Disc Launcher on Stalker, and it would probably work a little bit better. And then Arc Torrent on Killshot would work about the same as Disc Launcher Killshot, maybe slightly worse. That said, you'd still have the same issue of, you know, two of your mechs have Disc Launcher implants, and one of them suffering a lot for it. You can definitely double down on the Disc Launchers once you get to late game and you have enough resources to get yourself multiple good pilots, you know, level up, you know, the same implants multiple times, and get that working well. But mortars are no good on Stalker, really. At least it's more of a waste on Stalker. You could put mortars on Killshot, and that should work pretty well. Your energy is 16, so you can only really use... I'd just use a single mortar 12 at that point. You could use like a JF4 too if you really wanted to, but yeah, single mortar 12 on Killshot should be fine. Other than that, yeah. I mean, if you had Railgun, then you'd want to put Railgun and Long Arm on Panther, and put the Disc Launchers on Killshot. The Disc 12s can be put on Killshot once you max them out, so it's not like a huge issue that you wouldn't be using those immediately, because you would be able to utilize them pretty soon once you get them to 20 energy. Long Arm 8s are not really good. Agreed. Yes, Long Arm 8s are not really good. And if Long Arm 8, Long Arm 10 is the only sniper weapon that you have available to you, that's why I'm saying don't put it on Panther, because that would be a waste. Just put like a Long Arm 8 and a Long Arm 10 on Guardian, and then put the mortars on Killshot. Because Disc 8s, let's be honest, they're not that great. You're mostly using the Disc 12. But you could mortar people, and you can kind of escape other people's counter mortaring if you use the Killshot dash. So that should pretty well balance out your hanger, I think. But yes, you are correct. You know, if you don't have Railgun available, then don't waste this build, because this is a really good build that you have here. You would want to put sniper weapons on Panther if you had like double Long Arm 12. Like if you had duplicated Long Arm 12, I would say, yeah, put those on Panther, and then put the Disc Launchers on. Keep the Disc Launchers on Killshot or whatever, and do that. But you don't. So, you know, you don't necessarily want to waste that if you don't have to. Killshot is for hunting mortar players. I mean, you know, you do what you gotta do, but your overall hanger performance will be improved if you swap it up a little, I think. Because at the moment you have 0 range, basically. You'll save from Missile Rack Gecko. Fair enough. Drifter. What are you talking about? Start what? I'm not doing customs. You have to go. Okay, Gecko. Thanks for stopping by. Are you going in order? There's not a lot of people here, so probably, yeah. I did Noisy and Gecko and Sutvik. So now I'm going to do Zarand. So here we go. 2, 8, 9, 8, 2, 8, 2, 2. I see freedom. Alright. Disc Stalker is really, really good. Disc Launcher on kill shots, technically the best kill shot, but Disc Launcher Stalker is the best Disc Launcher build just in general. So I definitely approve of this. Between shotguns and missile racks, shotguns are definitely better than missile racks, obviously, in terms of the 8s versus the 8s. In terms of which one you want on which mech, shotguns on Zephyr is probably a better idea, for sure. Because you can't dash at multiple people. Well, I mean, you shouldn't dash at multiple people at the same time, so you only really need enough firepower to kill one mech with Killshot. You could freeze multiple people with Zephyr at the same time, but you wouldn't have enough firepower with Missile Rack in order to take them both out. So shotgun is definitely the better usage there. Long Arm Juggernaut is definitely an underused idea, but it isn't bad at all. And I like that you have a sniper build in here somewhere. That's good. You got like a close range, a rather close range, mid range, another mid range, and then long range. Although beams, kind of garbage. If you wanted to get a better hanger overall, you're going to want to use mortars, and that's just the sad truth of the matter. If you don't want to use mortars, if you're like me and you really don't want to use mortars, then, you know, Beam Guardian is a lot of fun, for sure. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, otherwise, I really wouldn't change a whole lot in this. I think it's very well optimized. Also, you got Stefania. It's very nice. Killshot is for hunting Killshot mortar players and the irony. Yeah. You're still waiting for Disc Launcher Reload Implant? Fair enough. Yeah. That's one that you can only get in the crates, so you'll be waiting for a long time. Actually, something that I just did last night was I recorded and I made a video that I will get back to the hanger reviews in a second. I basically made a video that explained the exact drop rates of all of the implants. So like when you get a implant from an advanced crate, right? You have a 7% chance of getting a legendary one, right? But let's say you're looking for specifically Disc Launcher Reload. Do you have a 7% chance of getting it? No. You have a 7% chance of getting a random legendary implant. So what you actually have is a 7% chance of getting a 1 in 55 chance, which is 55 is the number of legendary implants that exist. A 1 in 55 chance of getting a 7% chance of 1 in 55 chance of getting that specific implant. So like your odds are super low. And I'm not going to spoil a whole lot, but I will tell you that I calculated the exact odds for each implant tier for both the advanced and the basic crate. And I actually also, on the test server, actually refreshed the implant list literally 100 times. And it was kind of annoying, but it actually didn't take as long as I thought it was going to. And I basically took an average and calculated what the general drop rates of each implant tier combination was, so that then from the combination I could kind of calculate what the total average number of blueprints is for each one. Because, you know, sometimes you get 3 rares, sometimes you get 4 rares, sometimes you get, 3 epics, sometimes you get 2, sometimes you get 1. So, like, what is the actual average of each one? And that is a decimal number, by the way. So it's not like a straight up, 2 or 3 or whatever. But yeah, and I used that to basically calculate what are your odds of getting a specific implant. How many times would you have to refresh the list to get a specific rare implant, to get a specific epic implant, to get a specific legendary implant? I figured out all of that, and it took a little while, but that should be coming out tomorrow. Yeah, I have that scheduled for tomorrow. And but one thing I will tell you though, I'll spoil something for you, is that uh, in order to, on average, if you wanted to get a specific legendary implant from the advanced crate, let's say disc launcher reload, on average, it would take you so many spins that it would actually cost over 1,000,000 A coins. And I'm not even joking. So I'm just gonna leave you on that. I'd be happy with an epic one too. I don't think there's an epic reload. There's a rare one, but there isn't an epic one. Actually, I don't think anybody else put their ID in here. Yeah, no, that was the last one. It's alright. I don't use any other mech than Stalker. It just has a lot of HP, so it can't really die. That's kind of true, yeah. If you really wanted to, you could just use Stalker all game, every game. I hate mortars. I hate using them more than getting killed by them. That's, yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Same. Hate mortars too. Won't ever use it. Good for you. Good for you. Anti-mortar group. Oh my god, how do those pay-to-win guys have multiple legendary implants of the same kind? I mean, you can get lucky, right? Like, if you, let's say you start off with 0 implants, and you spend, you know, the one, like, 13 or 1730 or whatever, 1370 A coins, whatever it costs to get, whatever it costs to open an advanced implant crate, you have a 7% chance of getting a legendary implant that you don't have. So you could get something that you want/need without it necessarily being the only thing that you want/need, right? Like if you have, if there's 2 things that you need, if there's 2 things that you're after, then, you know, that doubles your chances. If there's 3 things that you're after, that triples your chances, you know, so on and so forth. But if you're looking for one specific implant, and if that's the only one that you're after at that given time, then those are the odds of getting that one specific implant. What is a Gauss rifle? Well, it's a rifle made of Gauss, obviously. I've seen guys with 2 or 3 yellow ability cooldown implants or disc reload implants. Ooh. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like, you can get lucky with it, and you could you could just get something that you're not necessarily after, you know? Like, if you could be after a lot of things, right? And it definitely increases your chances. But another thing is actually just, like, buying deals. Like, there's, like, money deals for, you know, multiple advanced implant crates, or like an advanced implant crate with 9 basic implant crates for like $10, which I've gotten multiple times. It's actually not a bad deal, and I've gotten some pretty decent implants from that. Because, you know, when you stack it up, the chances of getting something that you want, you know, if so long as you want multiple things, so long as the chances of you getting something that you want are not that bad. At this point, there's not really anything that I want. The only thing that I really want is missile rack radius. And yes, part of the reason that I made that video to begin with and made all of the calculations was because I wanted to know how much it would generally cost me to refresh the shop until I got a legendary missile rack radius. Because yes, that is one that shows up in the shop. But that's basically the only implant that I'm actually, like, quote, after, you know? Like, I could deal without a lot of them. I don't need them, but yeah, you'd have to spend a lot of money to get certain implants if you already have them. I had like 50 rare implants. I scrapped them. I left 1 of everything. I couldn't find one disc reload. What the fuck? I've been collecting that for like 2 months. I got 19,000 parts. Wow. Really? I am almost 100% certain that it exists. Let me see. For the sake of argument, I will check to make sure that it is a thing that exists. No, I don't have one because I sell a lot of my rare implants. Disc damage. Oh no, never mind. It's a disc radius. So the only one is the only disc reload is a legendary, which is not the first time that's happened. There's been several that are like that. Same thing with like Missile Rack Radius, right? Like the only one that exists is a legendary one. There's no rare one or anything. And then there's Epic Radius and Epic Damage, of course. And then there's the legendary reload. I scrap almost everything. Agreed. Yeah. I go through it every now and again. Like I don't like constantly clean it out. Like right now I have more than I need. Like there's a lot of things in there that I would never use because like, I have like a rare implant of something that I already have like a better implant of, or like I have double of certain things. Like I haven't gone through it recently, but yes, I scrap basically everything that I know that I won't use. And I've scrapped several of my random legendaries that I've wanted to use but know that I never will. But it's fine because now that I have access to the test server, I can just use those implants and not have to worry about it. If there's any random build I want to try, I can always try it. You're still going, Sentry? I'm always still going. That's not true. It's not like 2:30. It's not the latest I've gone for. That Jug Shield legendary implant looks like Among Us. It's pretty sus, isn't it? But yeah, it's been a time. It's been a time for sure. I think though that is everything. We're probably gonna stop here. It has been like 4.5 hours, so good enough time to stop. I don't really feel like playing any more matches, and I think I got everybody in terms of hangar reviews. So if y'all got nothing to ask or say, then I'll probably stop here. If you think of something later, feel free to ask me in the Discord. I'm not always active, but like I'll respond to it eventually, right? Yeah, thanks for joining, guys. I will see you on Sunday. Unless you follow my Twitch, then you'll probably see me Friday and Saturday, potentially. Is Thermal Lance Mag Legendary worth keeping? No. No, because long term you won't use Thermal Lance at all. You get, in fact, technically speaking, the best implant parts for your money is actually buying legendary implants as soon as you see them with A-coins, and then just scrapping them because they give you freaking boatloads of implant parts. But I'm not going to do that because they cost way too much. And I don't have like 50,000 A-coins like Mayor does. Yep, see you guys. Thanks for joining. I'll see you later.